No já jsem byl na trojce.
Ano, ale je to posunuté, tam si. Tu je to.
No ano,
On je tu a nás... Ale to je natlačené. Dá se to trošku posunout?
Service.
This one. Okay, you're gonna sit like this, but
okay.
this is yours.
Okay. Takže on je na trojce. Na dvojka
On je dvojka, ale sedí na trojce.
Len tento box proste na mne hrá. To je X nutný. Máme 9 boxov.
Dobré.
You don't have to move, just use this box, okay?
No, tak asi bych to dobré.
Have to move a little bit.
To jako... To má sebou. No to si to takhle šejtem. To není úplně reálně, jako nechce se mi tam napadávat ty karty samozřejmě.
Hello everyone, this is JJ Hazan here at Banco Casino Bratislava, and we're in the final stages of getting ready for our final table, our last 8 out of 1,600 runners. And we've got a lovely mix, a couple of Austrians, two Hungarians, one from the Czech Republic, a Cypriot, an Israeli, and one lone Slovakian protecting the flag here in Bratislava. Our tournament director Suze is just sorting people out, getting them ready. Most of these players have not played on a streamed table before and need to make sure. And here we see our chip stacks. So we are led with Sandor. It's actually Sandor Mate. He's our big chip leader with 16 million from Hungary. And we go all the way down to our short stack, Stefan from Slovakia. Here's our prize pool. First one out will get 3,180 euros, and first place will get a lovely figure of 44,000 euros. You can buy lots of duck meals with that. What we usually find though here on final tables is when we get down to 2 or 3 players, they will usually do a deal and they'll probably end up with about 30,000 each and play on for the trophy and the kudos of winning the Banco Casino Masters. Always a very popular event.
Okay, so you can use your phone, guys, if you're gonna speak Hungarian.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
I will speak with my mother.
This is not card, this is Hungarian, but no Hungarian.
No Hungarian.
No Hungarian.
No. Okay.
Between other hands, so
Yeah.
exchange information.
When there is a hand,
Okay.
you can't hold. Even if you are not in the hand,
Okay.
no Hungarian.
No Hungarian. English?
English.
Suze is making sure that the people are speaking English at all times, and that's very important in poker, so that no secret messages are passed in Hungarian or German, or, well, it's going to be hard for the Israeli to pass too many messages because he's the only one on the table. He's in seat 5.
Yeah, Tibor, if you slightly move to my
Please,
table,
go.
slightly,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
like that.
Fantastico. Yeah.
Perfect.
Our chip leader is in seat 8. And next to him is our Hungarian Tibor, who's checking about the languages.
When it's your turn, use the box for 3 seconds, the card inside, and then you can act.
And the reason Suze is telling the players to make sure the cards are in the box is there is an RFID reader built into the table, and the cards are special cards that can be read, and that way we get to see what cards they have on the screen. Occasionally we have a few gremlins and we will not always see the cards of all the players, which actually makes it more fun because we can guess what they have by the way they play. But it's very useful. We are, of course, on a 30-minute delay, so no live information can be passed to any of the players. They can, of course, all of them, have their friends watch what's going on and give them information in the break. But they are half an hour behind the live play. So, seat 8 is our chip leader, Sandor from Hungary, and he has 15.5 million. Christian in seat 1 with the sunglasses is second in chips. He's an Austrian player, and his compatriot Lek in seat 4, the guy with the grey hair and the, I think he's got a ponytail, not quite sure. He is third in chips on 11,500. Then we drop down to seat 3. František from the Czech Republic, 8.5 million. Tibor. Nope. Yep, Tibor in seat 7. Hungarian player with the dark glasses and very dark clothes. I wouldn't want to meet him on a dark night. I'm sure he's a lovely man. He has just over 8,000, so quite bunched in the middle there. And then Dimitris from Cyprus, 6.8 million in seat 2 with a hoodie on. And we go down to Nassim, our Israeli, our sole Israeli on the table, 2 million. And he is in seat 5 with the beard. And our short stack to start this tournament is Stefan in seat 6, our sole Slovakian player. Here we go. First hand. Always interesting to see how people play the first hand. And we have an all-in push on the button with King 6 offsuit. Very interesting choice. And our Israeli friend, who is a short stack, is wondering whether to play his Queen 8, which is probably a better hand than King 6. And a clever little move, shows the King to try and get respect. So it's a very aggressive start from Lek in seat 4. Austrian player. No nonsense, but big pressure on the two short stacks on his immediate left. Very nice, good poker, good aggressive play, and pretty well any hand below 8s or ace 9 may feel they have to fold. So he takes a lot of variance out of that by just pushing and putting the maximum pressure on seats 5 and 6, our two short stacks. So a good start for perhaps the older player, one of the older players on the tables. A few more mature players than usual. I like it, being a mature commentator myself. But we'll Nassim here, I'm pretty sure he'll be pushing, or at least a strong raise with his ace-queen suited. He's obviously looking to get action with the raise by not pushing. Usually looks stronger though. Now he may well get action here. I could see an all-in with the 7s. We're going to see small and big blind action. I don't think short stack can fold 7s here. May elect to call and see a flop. More likely to push. The optimum move here is to go all in. He's got to work it out though, because that's that difficult line. Sevens could be up against a bigger pair. Certainly going to be up against 2 overcards. An immediate call. So we're going to the races, folks. We have 2 high cards, suited, connected, against a pair of sevens. A classic race, and we're going to see one either out or crippled. These are our 2 short stacks. So second hand of the night, and we may well lose a player, or virtually lose a player. Nassim will be down to 200,000 if he loses, and Stefan will be out. Nothing they could do. Both have hands to get it all in. And the Queen, immediate hit. Looks like our sole Slovakian player. He can only win with one of 2 sevens. He's down to 3-4%. And he's getting an extra percentage by standing up, but he hasn't got a coat. You've got to get your coat, otherwise you don't get the extra percentage. Did very well though. Beats over 1,600 other players to cash in 8th position. And he takes home 3,520 euros. Now we see, 3,180. There's been some adjustments. So that virtual double up there from Nassim has put him back in the game. He's now on nearly 20 big blinds and able to have more play than he had before when he was under 10 big blinds. So we only have 1 big blind here because our small blind was knocked out the last hand. Suited ace, but in early position. Sandor playing solid right from the start. He's not abusing the table with his big chip lead. I think he'll probably carry on in that mode. And everyone folds to the big blind. Even Lek, who had a raising hand there. Ace 10. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see it. He did raise and he did take down the pot. And a good raising hand in late position there. Ace 10. And took down a small pot. Small blind, big blind, a suited queen. May elect to call here and see if he can get to see a flop. Here we have a pair of František, but it is a small pair. He's decided not to make too much action with quite a few players behind him. That's the difficulty with a small pair. If you get called or raised, where do you go? There's a playable hand, King 10 offsuit by our chip leader. What will he elect to do? He hasn't raised so far. Doesn't really have the hands to do it, to be fair. Wow, this is solid play. He's not even calling a small blind when he was dominating the big blind. Interesting. Although our figure says raised, it looked like it folded. Our screen does say he raised to 430. And now we see ace 8, who's going to come back and re-raise by the look of it. And our chip leader folded there. So he made a move.
King high.
Actually, that was seat 7 Tibor who raised there with the King 10. Slightly confused because we've lost a player and we only have 7 left. And seat 1 with an ace. Stuck it right back up him, as they say.
Service bitte schön.
Here's him now with a nice suited ace, ace 9 suited, towards the bottom end of raising hands, but still a very playable hand, and someone has to have a better hand to call or re-raise with. King 9 folds his small blind, and we will not see anything from seat 3. Jack 5 offsuit. So the raise gets it through. He's won every pot he's played, our Israeli young man in seat 5. Here we see our chip stacks, quite a few between 40 and 50. Big blinds, 3 at the top, 3 in the middle, and 1 Nassim still at the bottom. But with the more than playable stack, 21 big blinds is fine. This time Nassim not raising with an ace 6 offsuit. We saw him raise earlier with ace 9 suited. Very different hand. Sandor, ace queen, first proper raise he's made. So he's been very conservative so far with his chip stack. I'm sure he'll get maximum respect for this. Will Lek in seat 5 want to peel? He does, so he calls with his ace6. And wow, he has hit the gin. Very nice. Checking his 2 pairs, hoping Sandor has a big ace and bets it, which is exactly what he does. Let's see how he does. Oh, big raise. Now, will Sandor realize he's walking into a bigger hand than his ace queen, or will he feel... I think it's a bit early for raising there, but wow. I think, has he gone all in? Or has he just called? So Sandor drawing pretty thin. He's drawing to a queen. Lek has already made his 2 pairs. Could be a big pot. I think we'll see all in. And I think he has snapped. He has called. Very poor call. Didn't really listen to the raise. A 10 would give him a win and a queen, because the 10 would counterfeit the 6, and the queen would give him the best 2 pairs. I think we will see a big double up here from Lek in seat 5, or one of our Austrian players. And he does indeed double up. So he played that very well. I'm surprised the chip leader didn't listen to the raise. He didn't really think enough about why is he raising. If he had a set of 2s or a set of 6s, or hit the lucky ace6 or ace2, he really should have listened, and he's big damage to his stack.
Co się dzieje, mój trenerze, jesteś mój trener, nie? Majorka.
Lek started this as second in chips. He did win a couple of earlier pots, so he probably has about 11 million, and that is a huge dent in Sandor's stack. I estimate he might be down to 5 million, and that will make him pretty well the short stack, equal with Nassim. We'll see the stacks in a minute. Our graphics guys will keep us informed, but a huge double up there for a very likable Austrian player. Played the first hand aggressively, massive pressure on the short stacks, did like that, and now his call paid off with the ace6 when he smacked the board with top two pairs. And Sandor should have spent a bit more time thinking about it. And as we can see, he's right down there. There he is, 3.7 million, pretty well equal to Nassim. And we now have a big chip leader in Lek, 150 big blinds. That's a huge amount on a final table. 24 million. So that's a fantastic position for him to be in. I wonder whether he will be tempted to put all his chips in when he only has top pair with a second kicker. I don't think so. Looks quite experienced. Ace Queen, just for those bit of information, and I'm sure a lot of you out there know this, but Ace Queen is reckoned to be the hand that you lose more chips than any in tournaments. And the reason that happens is it does look so attractive, and people put a lot more money in to Ace Queen and then find that they lose to Ace King or a pair or Ace 6 in this case. So it is a hand that is notorious for being a hand you really need to play quite carefully. And I don't think Sandor respected either the hand or the raise that Lek put in. And now Lek can raise with hands like it's king 8 suited. I think he chose to call. He's got the second nut flush and a straight flush draw. Wow. He's slow playing this as well, like he slow played the last hand. I think we'll see a bet on the turn. We'll see a bet on the turn, and let's see if Nassim... I don't know if the graphics are wrong. It didn't look like king 8 of diamonds there.
Trenerze, mogę wypić piwo? Co teraz? To jest moje? To jest moje. Co mam zrobić?
And we've got Frantisek in seat 4, going to be raising here, late position with his king 9 offsuit. I don't think he's played a hand yet, so he'll certainly get respect for that. Lek, though, still counting his chips, has queens, so I think we will see. We have seen the 3-bet to 2 million. Still counting his chips, hasn't even got them sorted yet. All 24 million of them. And I think Mr. Frantisek will just fold. Another hand to Lek. He hasn't lost one yet. And he's won a huge pot, the largest pot of the tournament so far. Massive pot of 24 million in the one pot. Well, we'll see how Sandor comes back from that big mistake. Shouldn't really have called the raise and didn't think enough about the all-in push as to whether his ace-queen was any good. It's a hand people fall in love with. It's a hand I hate because of the stat I told you earlier. There was here a raise with suited king. He raised last time a king 9 and got re-raised by Lex queens. This time no one has a hand. Let's see if Sandor does have a hand in the big blind. Probably going to push with this. Certainly going to raise. I think that's a raise to 2 million. No, 900k. But a significant raise, and now Frantisek has a difficult decision and decides to fold. So he's made 2 raises and 2 folds. Not the best use of your stack, young man. When you have a kind of low to medium stack, you really want to get it in where there's enough in the pot to make it worthwhile attacking it. And if you just make a raise and then you get re-raised and you haven't got a hand you can follow through with, you're just giving away chips. And he had 4 players after him to get through. So that's the problem with raising too early with a hand like King 3 suited, unless you're prepared to go all the way with it. This strong fold, King Queen offsuit. Pretty big hand normally, but he may feel he's in the wrong position first to act. This him probably going to raise here with King 8 suited. Now Nissen didn't raise, he just called, flat call with a King 8 suited. Let's see if anyone hits a flop. 3, 4, 4. Well, no one's hit, so this pot will be awarded to the most aggressive player, or possibly the player in position, which is Nassim. And now we have an up and down for Christian, and a gut shot for Sandor. So we may see some betting here. Christian has decided that he just wants to hope and hit. With so much weakness shown, I don't mind a bet there. As Nassim is the first one to bet. And I would think Christian will at least call. He's under-repping his hand a little bit in that he's up and down and has a king. We may find the 8 plays. So in fact, they both have the same hand. They both have a king kicker with 2 pairs, 4s and 3s with a king kicker. We may just see this check down, but oh, great play. I love this. Christian all in. He's going, okay, I've got a king. If you've got an ace, you win. It's very hard to call here. Oh, I love this play. Well done, Christian. Fantastic play. So he didn't rep the up and down, or he didn't bet on it, and then he outplayed Nassim really well. And he's already shown some very good poker instincts. He won a hand earlier with good poker. I certainly like the way this young man is playing. And he is our other Austrian. So our 2 Austrians are dominating this table at the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava. I think the others are all playing catch-up. Are we going to see an Austrian 1-2? Maybe a deal between 2 compatriots. Of course, Vienna. Well, we're certainly going to see. He will not be folding this one. So he'll raise with the ace-queen suited. And even if he gets re-raised, I think we'll see more action. Now Lek has called. We can't see his hand yet with an ace-2. Knowing Lek, he'll probably hit the ace and the 2 and double up again. He's been running good and playing well. And this time Dimitris wants to have a look with a king 6 suited. He is from Cyprus. Of course, we had the Cypriot Open here a couple of months ago. It was a great event. Now this time the ace-queen has hit, and the ace-2. Can't believe Lek hasn't hit 2 pairs. I mean, what's wrong with him? Such a bad player. But he's bluffing at it anyway. I don't think he will get Frantisek off this hand. How is he going to play it? There are 2 hearts there. He may feel he has to raise to protect. Looks like he's just calling. Doesn't really want to see a heart there. 2. So in fact, Lek has now hit the 2. And may feel bolder to bet again with his stack. He has 2 million, and Frantisek has a difficult decision here. Does he go all in or just call? If he goes all in, I think Lek may, or he certainly should, fold. There's no obvious hand been made. Queen Jack is a possibility with the pre-flop action. Flush draw is a possibility. Ace Jack is a possibility. I don't think he's put him on Ace 2, which we know he holds. What are you going to do, son? Czech Republic, again, just up the road here, really. Slovakia was, of course, part of the Czechoslovakia. Czech Republic now and Slovakia now. So country was split in two. We're in the south here. And Czech Republic in the north. All in announced. Excellent play. I don't think Lek can follow through with a 2 here. He knows he's behind, and even if he hits his ace, as we know, it's not going to do him any good. So I think the sensible thing is to fold. Too much money, 5 million. He's going to Hollywood it out. It's 50% of the pot. He's not getting pot odds with his hand. I don't know whether he knows that. Bit of Hollywood, pretending he's got a jack or some kind of big pair. Shows the 2. Not happy about winning, adding 3.4 million to his stack. I don't know why he's nodding his head there. Might have been the way Lek showed one card, I don't know. But picks up a nice pot there. So he's had to raise fold twice and then raise with the right hand and gets it through. He planned that hand well, knowing Lek will be the aggressor, as he's shown so far, and then he pounced on the turn. Very safe card on the turn as well. I don't think he's played on a TV table before. Very unsure about what to do with his cards in the box. Have a beer, sir. Have a beer. Good idea. That'll relax you a bit. And now Christian, who's been one of the more stronger players so far, raising with a small pair. I don't think we'll see any action. And he takes down a small pot. Couple of absentees gone off for a comfort break. Nassim with King Queen, first to act. Hasn't looked yet. Probably be raising here, even though he's in early position. It's only up against 4 other players, and so it makes the King Queen much stronger with such few players on the table. However, our button has a pair of 10s, and he's not going anywhere. How will he play this? Nassim only has 2 million. Well, he's just decided to call. And Lek may well follow suit with his stack. Yep. So 3 to the flop. This could be expensive for Lek. He's hit top pair. He's an aggressive player. He may well check raise. Nassim is bluffing with his King Queen. And Giannakou Dimitris is very unlikely to fold an overpair at this point. Wow, I was wrong. He folded an overpair. And Lek, no nonsense, top pair. I love his the simplicity of his play. Just pushes all in and says, if you're winning, call me. Is Nassim really thinking about calling with 2 overcards? Little does he know one of them would be no good because Lek has his queen. So he's only drawing to 3 kings. He has 50% or a runner flush. So that's where the 15% comes from, slightly more than the 3 kings. And he has to fold, of course he does. And here we see some of the bonuses that you get when you're playing cash here at the Banco Casino. 100 euros through to 500 for a royal flush. That's in Hold'em. We have a lot of exciting tournaments coming up in the next few months. The famous Della Tigre coming up in end of this month, pretty well straight on. At the end of this month, we've got the Della Tigre. That's the oldest Italian tournament around. Been going since 2009. And that's a 250 euro buy-in with a $250,000 guaranteed. So already 250 Italian players have confirmed they're playing, and that will grow. And it's a great warm-up weekend on the 28th and 29th, that's this weekend coming, with a 20k guaranteed and a 50k guaranteed for just a 100 euro buy-in. And then at the end of the month, the monthly Banco Casino Masters, which is the same as this one. The ace-king suited, raised, and didn't get called. And then at the end of May, beginning of January, we have the Scandinavian Open poker, and for only 185 euros, there's a $250,000 guaranteed. So lots of juicy events coming up here at Banco Casino. Here we see Christian looking to make some action with Jack 8 offsuit. He will be getting a lot of respect on the table with the way he's played so far. Immediate fold with Ace 7 suited. Look at that. I think Lek has called with King 10. So 2 Austrians, one up against each other, and the king has hit, but there's an ace there as well with 2 spades. Will Christian rep the ace, or will we know Lek will play this hand aggressively? Christian is repping the ace. I don't think we will see Lek fold. Yep, a raise. And this is lovely because he's saying, okay, if you've got a good ace or a big ace, let me hear about it. He's raised to 2 million about 4 times now. It's a standard raise by the look of it. And Christian may or may not know him. Although they're both Austrian, they may not know each other. Different generations, maybe, maybe not, who knows. And he has to fold his Jack 8. So lovely play by Lek, who is showing some very good aggressive tendencies. Well played, sir.
Servis. Można? Servis.
Można serwis?
Gdzie Fetyna? Nie, on trudny. Zapomnieć. A co?
Yeah, a lot of folding going on. Lek's not going to fold ace 4. Not in a million years. Tibor thinking about playing his king 2 suited. I don't know how seriously he's thinking or whether he's just taking a bit of TV time. But Nissim is very much short stack with 775. It's only half the pot. I'm pretty sure that Lek will be calling him. So Sandor has the same hand, has called, and I think Lek's going to be a bit surprised when he sees they both have Queen Jack and he's folded his ace. So Queen Jack offsuit against Queen Jack suited. Lek is now wondering. Is he all in? The graphics flashed up there that Lek might be all in with his ace 4.
It's not correct. This chip laser, this lean, and mini is all in, it's fold, ace fold, it's not good. Okay.
No idea what's happening. No, I don't think the ace 4 is in. It's just the Queen Jack against Queen Jack. Most likely the outcome will be a split pot. And Lek would have won unless a Queen or a Jack hit the river.
Filipino. No, tak, no?
Avoid.
Filipino.
Why?
His ace 4 would have hit 2 pairs. His ace alone would have been enough.
Let's follow them. Please. Yes.
Strange hand.
This chip laser lean and all in. And all in is not raise all in, it's call. This ace high fold. Why? This, no, this not this game. No. This stack.
Sandor is questioning why our chip leader Lek folded. I think he's accusing, making some kind of accusation of dodgy play.
This is queen, is 6, this not fold, this 600 euro and fold. This 200 limp and fold is why.
But he can do whatever he wants.
So another player is explaining Lek has his own choice. Sandor is questioning how he could fold with such short stacks. And it's a fair question, but it's not really up to him how Lek uses his stack. Focus on your own game, my friend.
Skąd się ty wziąłeś? Na pewno z Budapesztu.
Maybe Sandor is a dealer or tournament director back in Hungary. No idea. But he didn't like the way that was played. And Lek has every right. He can call. It would have cost him another 500,000, and he would have been three-way with ace four. He may have decided one of these two's got a bigger ace. I'm going to fold. I have no idea, but it's his choice whether he folds, calls, or raises. Now has queen three suited. But this time he's raised, and the short stack has gone all in with a much better hand, ace queen.
This ace four, queen three, four. Bye.
Sandor still complaining, I'm not sure.
Trójkę musi przejść.
There's the queen. Wow, they've both hit the case queens. Now the ace is very much playing at the moment, and the three will be no good if a six hits or a high card. So he has to hit to three. It's game over. Ace queen doubles up. Well done, young man. I think Sandor is still moaning. Unfortunately, his English is not very good, so it's hard to.
This call, and I say fold. This chip and Christmas. Not that. No good. No good.
He is accusing some dodgy play, but he hasn't got much of a case. I think we're going to probably go into a break now, guys, while they argue it out.
na 6. No, to je 15. A 9 je 24, 125. Koľko? 10. Jaký 10? 2,5. Poď z konca. 2, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 9. Dobre. 2,5. Či 4,5. 5, 6, 4. Dobre. 2. 6, 4. Ale si povedal, že 4,5 najprv. Však áno, 4,5. 5, 6, 4. Tak. 2, 5. Dobre. 125, 10, 11, Pročistite si, prosím, nech odídu tí hráči, alebo nech 11, 250, 5, 4, 7, 5, 10, 12, predatované. Nesedím, to zobrali sme 3 minulé. Niekde nám lietajú 3 minulé. Niekto má čipy vo vrecku, alebo nám lietajú 3 minulé. Strašne. Nesedím.
Ale akože, keď to počítame, tak akože...
Alebo tam má niekto čipy, dobre, 10, 12 a pol. A milióny 13 a pol, 15, 10, 15. Nie, 10. 12, 12, chceš ešte raz prečítať? Ja nie 3 milióny, ale 300 000.
Ja aj 300, to je troška rozdiel.
Ale ja nemám v čom, vieš, ja by som musela reálne mať tie čipy, ale ja nemám navyše. Dajte Bašku, nech tu zapíše.
Okay, guys, please take your seats.
I have to take it from you.
Yeah, yeah. It's not gonna be.
I hope so. Hope I get lucky tonight.
Give it this. Yeah, just me.
Dennis?
Okay. Áno, ja im poslám.
Okay, guys, there is new chip in the game. It's 500. This one, it's red. It's 500, okay?
Okay.
And I would like to kindly ask all of you, please stack your stacks in 20 columns, okay? 20, no more, no less. Everybody has to be able to count your stack.
This 3 minutes, this card, this successful.
Sir, there is not even one, like it can be part of his game. I watch cameras very closely. I don't think there is anything like, they even don't speak the same language. This sir over here, he doesn't talk the language, he's Jewish. Yeah, he doesn't speak English. This sir, it's Polish, Polak, and he doesn't speak English.
They speak English. I question.
I watched the cameras. I
yes,
went to cameras.
okay.
I talked to them,
Yeah,
both of
okay,
them.
yeah.
Švédsko,
It's not,
Ungarische,
there is no problem.
Good success.
Yeah.
Okay. This last day, this one
Es,
Ungarn, this three, this run, this finish.
But they didn't even talk to each
Oh,
other.
okay,
Nothing.
okay,
They
nothing,
didn't
okay.
talk. I watched the
Okay, no
if
problem.
they shoot
problem.
something, nothing happened.
Not problem, not
It's-
problem.
it's-
This
it's-
public,
It's
this
his game.
this
It's his game.
Okay.
I'm not gonna comment
Okay.
his game and
you know,
okay,
no,
okay.
it's my zone. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, amigo, my zone.
he doesn't speak the language.
Welcome back to our stream that got cut short. We had one player on the table, Sandor, in seat 7, who was unhappy with the way another player played, and in his eyes that they were playing soft. That's not how I saw it from an objective point of view, but he's obviously felt very strongly about it, and there has been player discussion.
Really? Sorry.
I give you 9 minutes.
Sir, they don't speak the language. They are from different countries. They are not.
They speak English.
Sandor is still unhappy.
Okay, no problem.
I think the accusation of collusion is quite daft because, as Sue's, our tournament director, states, they're from different countries, they don't know each other. There was no reason. And it was a very different situation. When he called with the Queen 3, it was just heads up and felt he had the value to call having raised. But he'd only flat called, and it was another 450,000, and it was against 2 players. And I think his reasoning was that his ace-4 would not be any good. And that's his choice. They're his chips. And really, quite why Sandor is getting so upset, I'm not quite sure. I think we will see a raise here. Welcome back, everyone.
This floor, please.
Ace-10 offsuit. So we have a raise to 400 with the ace-10. Our chip leader, Lech, has called with ace-4. So although he's Austrian, has a Polish first and second name. So I reckon he's Austrian Pole. In fact, seat 1, Michel is our other Austrian player. Sorry, Christian in seat 1. Matkovic sounds more Serbian or Croat. So neither player has hit. Ace-10 checks. Ace-4. Lech's very unclear about what his play is. It makes it more confusing. Now Lech has the nut flush draw with the ace of spades. He could well take this down. Christian, we can't see his hand. Is he looking for chips? Yep, he's betting this. There's a straight out there. There's a flush out there. Strong bet. I think the ace-10 will fold. And Lech will almost certainly call. So 700 bet K is called. We now have, in fact, a raise. His standard raise to 2 million. He's raised the same amount every single hand he's played. So he has only the flush draw, but he's putting pressure on seat 1. Now they're both Austrians, and I don't think anyone can accuse anyone of collusion on this hand. So he's made a strong raise. He's asking the question, and Christian was bluffing, I guess, or he may have had an ace himself. Lech is our big chip leader, but seems very uncertain as to who's won what pot, and uncertain about where he's at and putting chips in and things, although he's very certain when he raises to 2 million, because he's done it about 6 times now, and it served him well every time, whether he's had it or not. That was excellent play from a big stack, putting pressure on the smaller stacks. He's playing very good, aggressive poker at the moment. He does like his small aces. So 2.5 raise, blinds are 100, 200. He's raised it to 500. T-ball with a very nice Jack-10 suited. Fancy that he'll see a flop. So it's the best hand to crack aces or kings. I'm sure most of you know that. So you don't want to be folding that, especially when you've got position on the razor. So we're going heads up with our chip leader and his accuser. Let's see, and nice hit there, top pair with the 10, but Lek is an aggressive player. Let's see how he wants to play this. Probably be c-betting. It's a big c-bet. 4.5 million, it's a huge c-bet. And I think we will see an all-in by Tibor. He's only got 5.9 million. 4.5 million into 1.5 million. I think he's overplaying his aggression. But it's putting maximum pressure. So he's got top pair with a good kicker, and he still doesn't know whether he should get his chips in. What's he worried about? Ace 10 is pretty well the only hand beating him. Possibly an overpair, but it was quite a small raise pre-flop. He's got to get it in. It's a very strange bet by Lek. Far too high. 4.5 million, unnecessary bet. 9-10 on a board is quite likely to have hit that board. Oh, praying to the Hungarian poker gods. I don't think he knows quite what a good shape he's in. He's only got 1.4 million to call. And he's going to see he's in a fair bit of trouble. Just an ace to hit. And I think that will make our Hungarian a lot happier if he doubles up from this hand. Well, Lek now has a gut shot on top of his ace, so he can hit a 4 or an ace to knock out Tibor.
Jack 6, Jack 6, Jack 6, Jack 6. Yes, okay. Winner.
He actually hit a flush with his Jack 10 and run a flush. Not that he needed it. Good double up there for one of our shorter stacks, though he has spent most of the time moaning about soft play on the table, which has not been apparent, just choices that he thinks are wrong. So double up for Hungarian Tibor at the expense of our chip leader, who's still our chip leader.
Yeah, okay.
So it's 2.5 million. He's only got just over 10 big blinds, although 200 and 200. I think we'll see a raise here by Timur, who's just doubled up. Ace 10, good hand. Thinking how much? Probably going to see something like 650. 550. Just over 2.5x. 7-2 folds, 7-5 folds. Small blind folds, and has his good friend in the big blind. Actually has ace queen and has pushed all in. Fantastic play here. Look at this aggression. Lek is just fearless. Polish name, Austrian heritage. Sounds like a very tough combo. Tibor I think quite rightly folds his ace-10. Nothing wrong with the raise, but has to respect the re-raise. So despite losing a big pot just now, he's back on it. Here we see our next Banco Casino Masters, starting the 15th of May, ending on the 22nd of May. So that's next month. Same deal, €170 buy-in for a $250,000 guaranteed. What fantastic value here at Banco Casino. It's the flagship monthly tournament, always gets good numbers. Now we got something like 280,000 this year with over 1,600 runners. So ace-9 suited. Pretty sure we'll see a raise here. Looks like a snap call. Beautiful hand for ace-9 suited. He's hit top pair with a nut flush, and neither player has hit anything except a gut shot. I hope that Lek doesn't go too mad on this one, like he's shown so far. I'm sure we'll see a C bet with this kind of flop, 1.4 million. I favour around 800 would be a nice bet. You don't want to scare anyone off. He's decided for a much smaller bet. Are we going to see a raise? Ace-3 gets out of the way. And now the nut flush has been made. And Lek has an up and down and may feel he wants to call again. I'll probably see something like 700-800 now. Seems to favour a third of the pot. Needs to maximise return when you hit this kind of hand. Just got to work out which is the best route. He knows he's up against an aggressive player. $900, so it's pretty close. And Lek doesn't like folding, snaps him with the up and down draw. He doesn't get there, so may not call again unless he wants to play. Oh my God, he's pushed all in. Oh dear, Lek, your timing, my friend, is pretty bad. Calls with the nuts. He's certainly come here to play, Lek. He's just gone a bit mad. Great stack, and then he's thrown a lot of chips away. He's already put 7 million in. He's only got 1 million to call. And Tibor's on his favourite hobby horse. He believes there's chip passing going on.
He can still do it if he's bluffing.
He's very unhappy with the way Lek plays. He feels Lek is giving away chips, and it's unusual. It's unusual to see a player like Lek and the way he plays. That's the first one, and it's certainly unusual to have this kind of reaction on a final table. People very, very unhappy with how Lek plays. And to be fair, calling 1 million into 20 million is... but Lek just loves these huge bets, whether he has it or he's bluffing. One chip leader has already lost more than half his stack, and I think Lek's going the same way. Interesting. Folding ace-10 suited. It's a very, very tight play. He's obviously looking to ladder, make 1 or 2 places. Lek certainly not going to be folding ace-10 the way he's played. So he raised to 4 million. A massive raise. I mean, if anyone has a big hand here, they're just gonna put it in.
This question is I only you fold?
T-Ball's teasing him now, saying that he is playing very weakly. He's a very unhappy Hungarian. Looks like Lek only has 1 gear. He's in a tank with no reverse and 1 gear. He only has 1 way of playing. And up on our screens, if we get all the way through to July, we have the Poker Belgique Masters. Another €200 buy-in for 250k guaranteed. All these amazingly high-value tournaments with these guarantees here at Banco. But no one can determine how you will play when you get to the final table. It has been a strange table. Most of the strangeness revolving around seat 4, our Austrian chip leader Lek. How will Christian play this? Ace-8, I think that's wise. Dimitri, certainly the tightest player on the table, has folded some quite big hands. Folded ace-queen once, ace-10 suited, without even a raise. Wow, here we go. So we have a raise to 400 with Jack-10. Lek taking no nonsense with ace-king. At least he's got the right hand to be re-raising with here. Fold, fold. And I don't think Frantisek, who's just doubled up through Lek, will entertain him. So that's the positive side of these very large re-raises, is it's much harder to continue without a very strong hand. And he is uber aggressive. And that's German for out of control? I don't know. Not seen this kind of play for a long, long time. I don't know whether he's a very kind of old-fashioned player or fairly new to poker. But his bet sizing is very unusual. You did see it 20 years ago when I played quite a lot of poker, and you did see some strange raises, but you don't see it so much now. They'll tend to be between 2 to 3, sometimes smaller. We shall see. Lek, I'm sure, will be raising an ace-3 suited. He likes a small ace. Just called though. And this time Timur has the American Airlines. He will certainly be raising here, hoping that he will get Lek's aggression to win a very big pot here. And the way Lek's played, I could see him doubling up Timur. I really can. I don't want to go too far in the future, but Lek is not folding an ace to anyone. So that's a nice... Has he re-raised? Or is he just called? I think it's just called. Playing it slightly less aggressively than he has done. If he hits an ace, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He hasn't hit his ace, but Nissim, who's on quite a short stack, has hit his jack and may feel he has to get it in. Timur will be c-betting this. Very big c-bet. I'll look at it, 1.5 million into 2.3, if that's what he does. Thinking about some more. Not the 50. So looks like 15.5 into 2.3. Oh, sorry, 1.6 million into 2.3. I meant 1.5.5. Is Lek going to go mad again? Oh, we have some sense. And this is a difficult one for Nissim. He's short stacked. He sits second pair. It's a very difficult thing. He does have outs, but not many. Just 5 outs. And our screen shows he's got 24%. And we could see our next player out. He calls, brave man with aces. So, to stay in, Nissim needs to hit a queen or a jack, otherwise we will lose our 8th place finisher. Sorry, our 7th place finisher. For €4,865. I don't think he meant that. Doesn't look the happiest of men, Timur, even when he wins a pot. So, Nissim fought back well. He doubled up at one point, but was always on the shorter stack side. And he is our 7th place finisher, and we are left with 6 on this final table of the Banco Casino Masters here in Bratislava. And we see our chip stacks. So now the man who started as chip leader is now our shortest stack on seat 8. Sandor. He was a massive chip leader when we started his final table, and he is now at risk. Demetrius is the tightest player on the tables, hardly played a hand with 22 big blinds. And we have a new chip leader. It has changed 3 times so far, but František from the Czech Republic in seat 3 is our current chip leader. Oh, ace 10. I think we'll see a raise here for sure. Probably a big one. Does František on the big blind have anything to defend with? I think it is a pretty big raise. Yeah, 2 million. So it's a 10x raise. For those that aren't sure about that, the blind is 100, 200, and he made it 2 million. That is 10 times 200,000. His raise amounts actually must be quite hard to play against because it's so aggressive that it makes it hard to know what the best spots to get involved with is. Sue's taking the chair out, give people a bit more elbow room. Tibor folds, Sandor, as I mentioned, down to 19 big blinds, 3.9 million. Christian folds. Will our chip leader want to play the 7-2 suited? His difficulty is he has the mad aggression. Oh, with a very similar hand, 7-4 suited, of on his left. He's hit his 4. I think he's going to bet this. and the usual 2 million, probably, almost certainly 2 million, just guessing, although he's done it about 8 times. Takes it down. His aggression is a two-sided sword. It's fantastic to have it. It's a great weapon, but he is probably overusing it. And here we see our pay chart. So we have 6,600 for the next payout. In fact, it is more than that because they have 170 euros back for making the final table, plus a seat in the next Masters. So you could add another 340 onto what you see on your screen. So this is the actual money they will get for this tournament, but there are some add-on bonuses.
Okay, thank you.
Difficult decision what to do here. Queen 7 suited, the computer hand. On the small blind, so he's got some chips invested already. Making it quite a big drama though. Any ace Lek is calling. King Jack suited make the original raise. I'm looking at doing a re-raise here. He's obviously feels he's spotted weakness. Interesting play. So a lot of Hollywood leading to a very strong re-raise. I hope he knows and has been watching how Lek plays. Christian will probably fold. He's been fairly solid throughout and may feel that his King Jack is behind, which would be a perfectly fair assumption. If he does feel Tibor is trying to steal this pot, he may decide on a different route. Interesting hand. Just trying to work it through. I like the fact that he's taking his time here. Tibor got his sunglasses on, as does Christian. Strong pose. Okay. Doesn't want to fold by the look of it. Not necessarily that he doesn't believe him, but may well be that he just feels his King Jack suited is a playable hand in this situation. What I'd be worried about by calling is what our friend will do. My goodness, he's folded. He's folded an ace. He's folded the best hand. So now Queen 7 suited is against King Jack suited. How will Tibor play this hand? They both have similar stacks, 13 million and 9 million. But there is 3.9 million in the pot already. It's a big pot. This flop could determine an awful lot. And also the way these guys play it. Queen Jack 9, they've both hit the flop. Christian has the second pair with a straight draw. Tibor was the aggressive player to start with. He's hit top pair. He may decide that that's good enough, although it's a very dangerous board. You've got flushes, you've got straights, made straights as well. King 10 is a perfectly fair hand. I think we've seen a check. We've seen a check from a Hungarian. I'm sure there's a joke there somewhere. And now what will Christian do? I think there's someone's phone going off in the background. Very loud. Christian is looking like he's taking no prisoners. I don't think it'll get through though. Looking like he's counting 1.5, 1.6 million. And an immediate response with an all-in raise. He has come here to win this tournament. Putting a very, very difficult decision. I think we probably saw an immediate fold, which is why he's showing him the top pair. Interesting hand, and a big pot has been taken down by Hungarian Tibor, who caused the tournament to be held up for quite a while because he felt soft play was happening on the table. I think wrongly, but that's what he felt. On to our next hand. Trying to remember the last time Dimitri played a hand. I think it might have been 2 hours ago. If he doesn't get maximum respect from the table when he does play one, I'll be very surprised. Our chip leader raising, the lovely playable hand, King 10 suited. This time I don't think Tibor will get too busy against our chip leader, who seems to be playing a very calm, considered final table. And Sandor has a pretty bad king on the big blind, but he's decided to... It was only a min raise to 400, and that's fair enough, but he's in a bad shape against King 10 suited. Can he spike a 5? Oh, there's a heart. 2 hearts. And a 10. So again, I think one of the last hands that Frantisek, our chip leader, there he is with the short hair and the glasses, hit was the nut flush with a pair, and he's hit the second nut flush with a pair this time. He's in great shape. And he likes the smaller bet. So I think for him it'll be 400-500 if he's consistent to his previous betting. Just 300, wow. He really wants to entice the call. Well played, sir. Nice small pot poker. Looks like Lek is sizing up a raise, smallish raise, with his lovely ace-2 suited. Unfortunately, Christian here, who lost the pot, will re-raise with ace-queen. Now, we've seen Lek before call these 3 bets with a little bit of small ace. He got very lucky early on in the tournament where he doubled up on a huge pot from who was the chip leader, now our short stack. So he's definitely called. Pot's already 2.7 million. Ace-queen offsuit against ace-2 suited. Lek has hit a lot of these flops, and they both hit an ace. That's bad news for Lek. He won't let this go. The only thing Christian will be thinking about is whether Lek has ace-8. He might let Lek do all the work as well. That's another option. He's going to have a bet, but it may not be that big. He may feel Lek will raise him. And as usual, we hear the all-in and call. Lek, his aggression rating is off the charts. And I think we'll see a double up here for Christian, unless he gets very unlucky. Tibor likes to be the table captain even when he's not in the pot. Oh my God, there we have it. The 2 for Lek, and Christian cannot believe it. Perhaps Tibor thinks this is collusion between the 2 Austrians. Lek, oh wow, ace-2 beats ace-queen. Christian cannot believe it, and he has every right to feel aggrieved. That's just awful. Lek has played so badly and got so lucky. I mean, he didn't play the ace-6 badly when he hit ace-6 board. He played that very well and doubled up against ace-queen. But poor Christian, 6,600, but plus the 170 buy-in, plus the 170 ticket for the next Banco Masters. Played well, played very well early on. Unlucky, sir. At least you get to shake a beautiful woman's hand. I mean, that's something. Well played, sir.
Sorry, this box okay? Okay.
Now we only have one big blind here, as our small blinders ace-queen was knocked out by ace-2 the last hand. Lek has got more chips. Quite how? It's hard to work out, well, through serious amount of aggression. Queen jack offsuit. Tibor taking his opportunity now. He has more chips to raise. And although King 9 was winning, Sandor is now short stacked and has to be very careful when he puts his chips in. Lek raising with a pair of ducks, twos. Any resistance from our big blind? Probably not. 8-5. Though it's against Lek, who could have absolutely anything and is the most aggressive player on the table. Elects to see a flop. So we have two players to a flop, 8-5 offsuit against a pair of ducks. 3 diamonds. They both have flush draws. This could be in trouble if a diamond hits. The twos are still winning. Lek picks up a pot with 5 overcards with a pair of twos. You can't teach that. Tibor has raised quite a few. He does like a queen jack. He's raised 3 hands with it so far, but he feels he's in the wrong position and folds. Sandor not really had a hand since he lost his big pot. Dimitri's not played a hand. He's on the button. Wow. So decides to fold with an ace. František from the Czech Republic, our chip leader. Queen 9 offsuit in the small blind.
Okay.
Just calls, and Lek elects to see a flop with a 4 king. And František has hit top pair. Probably will bet the turn. And now Lek is up and down with his 4. So whatever bet František makes, Lek will minimum call. But the way he's been playing, he could put maximum pressure on. It'll be very interesting to see if he does. So we're going to see a bet. It will be low. This time he just elects to call. So no fireworks yet. So up and down. And he has not hit. And the 9s over 6s is winning. Let's see what he does, though. Doesn't mean check. We're going to see a bet. Wow, this guy does not stop. What a bet. I think he's overbet the pot by quite a bit. Just gets his chips in. That's more than 2 million, isn't it? $2.5 million into 1.4. And now František has to work out, is he bluffing? Is his 9 good? Why didn't he bet earlier? This is a very interesting spot for him. It's a difficult spot. Overbet the pot. A lot of people do feel when other players overbet that they are bluffing. Can František work out the logic of this? Well, because to be honest, there was no logic, or there is no logic. This will tell me a lot about this player. Yeah, I love it. Well done, sir. I think he's going to call. Well, very good attempt, Lek, but that aggression rating just needs to be turned down a bit if you're going to win this tournament. You've had your big pot, big hand, a massive hand. Very well played by František there. Worked out. There was just no logic to the bet. Didn't worry too much about the aggression and called. Here on our screen, you see the Tanner del Tigre, the next tournament up. In fact, straight into next weekend with a 50k warm-up for only 100 buy-in. And there's a 20k warm-up as well, followed by the main event. We're going to see lots of Italians come into Bratislava. There's a very good Italian restaurant around the corner called Mille Baci. I took a couple of Italians there recently and they said it was good. Which they don't like saying Italian restaurants are good in other countries apart from Italy. So I took that as a positive. In fact, the chef there is a regular cash player here at the Banco Casino. She's the luckiest person I've ever met. She won a massive pot off me in PLO a couple of months ago when she had absolutely nothing and run her way through. So finally, Sandor gets it all in with Queen 9 off suit. He's been very patient. 3.2 million. And Ace Jack will 100% call here. He's going nowhere. So Queen 9 is live, still has 30%, well 38% against Ace Jack. So he's got one in between the Ace Jack and an undercard. So he has a chance, but we could see our 5th place finisher. I'm going to pick up a very nice 9.5, nearly 10,000 with the add-ons. Euros. That's a very good result for 170, but he was a massive chip leader when we started this final table. He hasn't hit so far. Only a queen or a 9. His odds have dropped to 25, 26%. Made a big mistake against the player he's up against now, against our aggressive young man Lek. Soroczynski. Yeah, I can do that. And he hit a queen on the end. So no good though, because the ace on the turn was already winning. He was drawing dead on the turn and takes his bag. Very nice man bag, sir. I like that. Might get one of those. And we lose our 5th place finisher. Handshakes to Dimitri. Takes 9-2 from here, but another 340 on top for the buy-in and the ticket to next month's Masters.
Deal. This cheap rank deal. And minimum money.
I think Sandor is suggesting deal discussion. There's 4 left. There's nearly 100,000 in the pot, so they would get 2nd place money each and play on for a bit, 24, 25,000 if they did do a deal. So Dimitri obviously made a strategic decision of literally not playing a hand and letting other players knock each other out. I think he's played 1 hand so far on this final table, which has been going more than 2 hours now. Blinds are up to 100, 250. František, our chip leader, on 23 million, which is what our 5th place finisher started with on this final table. So a min raise to 500 Lek is not here, so no one needs to worry about that. We know Sandor likes a queen jack and a queen 10. He will not be folding. He may re-raise. I think he's just going to call. Dimitri does his usual fold. I couldn't tell you what kind of poker player he is because he's not played a hand. So Tibor has hit second pair and our chip leader has hit bottom pair. It's not a good card for either player. We could see this check down as well. We won't see this check down. He's now hit 3 10s. He was hoping to induce a bet. That didn't work.
Okay.
I think he was asking, did he have a pocket pair? But he only uses one word, so it's hard to understand sometimes. Doing my best here, guys. And there we see the next Banco Masters, and all these players have a ticket for this already as part of making this final table.
That's good. Bravo. All in.
Lek had a bit of a moan there. He wasn't allowed to play. Probably lucky. Tibor has a premium hand and will be raising. He now has 20 million, so very close to the chip lead. He's in second place at the moment. Lek has lost an awful lot of chips through his uber aggression. František 7-5, very unlikely to put any chips in with this against a pretty strong player who's made a raise.
Pocket 10.
Announces pocket 10s, shows them. Always an interesting question whether you should ever show hands or not. I think you have to make a decision on whether it's a why you're showing the hand. Here's another one of our tournaments coming up. This one at the end of May, beginning of June. 185 euros for a 250 guaranteed. The Scandinavian Open Poker Championship. So we will see a lot of my Scandi friends. I play a lot with Swedish and Norwegian players, maybe some Estonian players coming down. We had a Danish player, I think, on the last final table here. So we'll look forward to welcoming them here in Bratislava.
Yeah, okay.
He does like to be the boss, Tibor, making sure he knows how many chips exactly Dimitri has, for he will put them in at some point. He has to. He's only got about 12 big blinds. But I'm pretty sure he's only going to put it in with a premium because he's just thrown so many big hands away. It's an interesting strategy and it's working for him at the moment. Lek has hit 2 pairs with his Jack 3. Probably bet it as his one. Is he betting it massively again? So the pot's 750k and I think he's put in 2 million. He doesn't take any prisoners. I'm so unsure whether to love the way he plays or absolutely hate it. I don't know. I really don't know. It's certainly unique. He just doesn't seem to care, and he throws his chips across the line, whether he has it or not. And he doesn't fold when he has anything. Dimitri with another poor hand. And Samlek with a good hand and with only 3 players in, ace-9, definitely going to be raising here and takes it down. The Winamax Poker Open. That broke all records last time it was here. That's in September, and the last time it was here, we broke every record in the book. And none, I think we had 2,600 players, or 2,600 buy-ins. An incredible tournament, and smashed the guarantee. So Dimitri getting pretty close to that 10 big blind mark. He's only got 13 big blinds, and the other 3 are fairly even. I could see, if he gets knocked out, I could see the other 3 discussing a deal where they will get something like 30k each. So our next one out will get 12,600, and that will still leave nearly 90,000 in. So they'll all be guaranteed kind of 28,000 each, which is a very good return for 170 buy-in. This time he goes in, he's got a pocket pair. We may well see a call from our chip leader. It's not much, comparatively speaking, plus he's already got money in. If he could see his cards, he would call, but he's been so tight that he may feel ace-8 just isn't strong enough. So the book says he should call, but this player has literally not played a hand. Against most other players, it's an automatic call, but it's a much tougher decision, and I totally get why he'd fold. That's Greek for I've played one hand and won it. I'm on 100%. I'm sure he's saying that. So second push in a row with ace-jack. 4 million this time. He only had 3 last hand because he won the blinds and he wins them again. Nice to see him come to the table. We now know what his minimum line is, although he did fold ace-queen earlier. Didn't even call with it, let alone raise. A small blind with Jack 8. Wants to see a flop. Will our aggressive Austrian let him? I don't think so, with a pair of 10s. We're definitely going to see a raise here. And it'll be a big one. Oh, what a surprise, 2 million. The problem with this kind of very large raise is you don't get value for your big hands like tens. And it's a real issue because, you know, there aren't that many spots where you have such strong hands. And you need to make sure you get the maximum return from them. So though you will pick up the small pots with these very big raises, you did one that was 20x earlier, which is more than unusual. And there's a reason why it's unusual, because it isn't actually an effective poker strategy. You need to be maximizing. So if you got any kind of hand, your opposition, they're going to call a 3x bet there, and then you're trusting that your tens will play well or hold. So you don't want to scare off all your opposition with good hands. At certain times, you want to get their money in. Otherwise, how do you increase your stack? Still, his chips, not mine.
Can you move a little bit? Can you move a little bit just to use this box? Okay. Yeah, please. Thank you very much.
Ja chcę wiedzieć, fajne.
Może, nie, chyba, może 100.
Naprawdę jesteś kochana.
T-Ball's been missing for a while from the table. Not an official break, just decided to have a stretch or go for a drink or chat to his mates. Maybe getting some feedback on the kind of hands that people have been raising with. So here we see late position raise with King 8 offsuit. And push all in with Ace Jack and a fold. I mean, it's very effective when it works. But like I say, you know, he's quite strong against King 8. Why, you know, why not play the hand and try and maximize the return? The problem is you're so aggressive with these kind of hands, Ace Jack and Queen 3 suited and some of the hands he's had. If anyone's got a big hand, they're just going to, you know, shove all in, and then you've lost a much bigger pot than you needed to. It's quite a dangerous strategy. We have a pair here. I'm certainly going to see a raise. Might be a big raise. I can see at least 2 million going on previous history. In fact, it's quite a small raise to 500. And I think we will see a fold. Oh, so that's King 2. Jack 4 suited. May elect to see a flop. May well. 250 to see a flop. Got a suited Jack. And there's one club. But only one club. And a set of sixes. Now this is where Lek needs to maximize his value. Well, at least you check that. That's good. Good play. There's a gut shot now. Opened up for our chip leader. Needs a 3. But if he bets this, he's going to have it. And I think Lek may want to protect this. 2 diamonds and a gut shot. I favour a bet here. Probably not as much as he's betting. Well, interesting. Okay, I think we'll see a raise here. Did he announce all in? I don't know. Very hard player to read. Anyone else knows what he's going to do, please send a message. I think we have a raise to a predictable 2 million. 1.7, I apologise. Still a very strong raise. I think our chip leader may well get out of the way, which is very well played. Just showing the 1-6. And we still have 3 players, but we are 4-handed. That probably means that Tibor has moved into the chip lead. No, in fact, Lek is now back in the chip lead. So having lost half his stack, doubled up, doubled down, and he's back as 25 million chip leader, which is the highest anyone has had so far. Tibor second on 19, very close behind on 18, and Dimitri still our short stack with 15 big blinds. 4 players left. I do see a deal being discussed if we get down to 3. Flat call with the Jack-8. And 6-5 suited for Lek. Ace-4-10, neither player has hit anything. Maybe I'll get checked through. Oh, he's here to play some poker. Very nice. What will Lek do? Yeah, he's going to fold. At some point, he does need to give other players respect. As it turns out, it wasn't far behind, but he does have to, at some point, not get all his chips in. One beer is being delivered. There'll be another one coming. This time Dimitri is pushing his 15 big blinds in with ace-5, and again with only 3 players, it's a pretty strong hand. I don't think Lek will call with 4-3. He hasn't looked yet. Calling on the button with a 6-4 suited. 4-3 is folded. I don't think Dimitri knows quite how strong he is. 7-5 against the 6-4. Problem is, if one of them hits, the other will have a draw. Dimitri has hit second pair, but will Lek's aggression? I don't think Lek will be betting here. But what do I know? Whacks in a 500. And aggression wins the day, puts pressure on Dimitri with absolutely nothing. Good poker, sir. Good poker. This time Lek, premium hand. I think he's just electing to call with queens. He's setting up a raise by someone else, and he may well get one from Dimitri with ace-jack. He will call with queens, and we will see a showdown with queens a long way ahead.
Pocket 9. Oh, queen.
Wow, he's played this hand very well. He's got the short stack to go all in with ace-jack. He has 3 outs to an ace. The queens are blocking the straight. This is looking good. We may well see our 4th place finisher here. Tibor is smiling. He's arrived back and possibly going to see another player out. Down to 14%, just the 3 aces in the pack. %, 3 cards. Otherwise, we will see a nice increase with our chip leader. Oh, ace on the river. And Dimitri doubles up to 8.5 million. He's very happy about that.
Oh, oh la la. Aye.
How much?
Bravo. Ay, 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 ay.
Here we can see how much our players have increased, all fairly similar. The top 3 have all increased their stacks by 9, 10 million. And Dimitri finally has doubled up. Like I say, he's hardly played a hand. He's only got going in the last half hour. Tibor loves a queen jack or a queen 10. Counting out his raise. Will he get looked up by King 8 suited? By František, who still holds the chip lead, or second to Lek. So he has called. Reasonable call. King 8 suited, only 4-handed. And he's hit his king. He will tend to check these things. Will Tibor follow through? Yep. Looks like 1 million. Or maybe 900. Oh, 1 million exactly. He's going nowhere with top pair. See how he plays this. There are 2 hearts there. Potential straight draw, flush draw. He doesn't know that Tibor is betting with air. They may just elect to call. Yep. Very considered player. Very knows where he is most of the time. And now Tibor has hit his 10. May feel better about betting. Might see quite a big bet. 2 million. Half the pot. Very dangerous board now. 2 flush draws. Straight draws. Is this time to raise? Monsieur Giriot, or Giroux from Czech Republic. Probably not a Monsieur. Meister. Both got equal stacks. Just gonna call. And he's really got it. He's got a fade. A queen, a 10. And he's hit his king, so he's going to feel very comfortable. He's probably going to check it again. I think I would. Oh, let's check. Okay. T-ball behind that pot the whole time. 8 million pop. Very nicely played, sir. Dimitri with a very pretty Jack 10 suited. I think he's made a raise to 550 or 525. However, our chip leader with ace 8 may feel that's pretty strong four-handed, which it is. František seems to have adapted well to the change of ranges as final tables get tighter and tighter. You need to expand your range as the players get less. So an ace 8 is more like an ace queen when you're full table. May elect to re-raise him. Put the pressure on. Looks like it's a re-raise. Wow, okay. Really? No. Bit of posturing there. I thought he was going to get it in with 6-3 offsuit. I wouldn't put him past him. Now, Tibor has a very interesting decision here. King Jack. It's, again, a strong hand, three-handed. But he elects to fold. I don't think he's quite got to the range. But with the beautiful 3-bet there to 1.4 million, it's putting maximum pressure on all the other players. And he hasn't got out of order, this player. I think Dimitri may feel Jack 9 is just too strong to... Jack 10 suited, sorry, is too strong to fold. And he's called the 1.4. Don't forget, he already had 600 or 525 in. Pot's already 3.3 million. Dimitri really has to hit his... he has hit. His Jack may not fold. Not a good flop at all for František. Doesn't mean he won't win it. Just not a good flop. In fact, the only way he'll win it is probably by betting. So unless an ace comes... Oh! What am I like? And now Dimitri is up against it. I'm pretty sure František will bet this. The way he bets, I'd say 1.5 million, 1.4, 1.5. He'll get some money in. He raised pre-flop. Oh, okay. Well, it's the wrong ace, but I don't think he's going to Doesn't need to bet it. There's no value in betting. A straight or a flush will call him or raise him. But on the other hand, he may feel that he's underrepresented the ace and will get a call. He may do. Small bet may well call. Dimitri's not putting him on an ace. Interesting. I'm seeing a value bet. $1.4. Getting good at this predicting game. Know your player. Will Dimitri call the 1.4? František has underrepresented his ace for sure. It's not a great ace because it does bring a flush into the equation. Dimitri posturing a bit with his sorting his millions out. 4 million, 5 million there. Got about 6.5. Trying to work out his through line. And František's played this very well. Yeah, he underrepresented the ace. And Dimitri will get the bad news. And another very good pot to this young man. 6 million pot.
Lucky laptop, huh? Lucky laptop. No, czekaj, no jeszcze trochę. No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Seven three suited on the button. See if he's going to call. Why is he not raising here? I don't know. Queen 3 dominating this 7-3, but very unlikely to know that. Small blind. Timur. I'll be folding. And what has our short stack big blind got? It's all in with ace queen. Now this will be interesting. Will Lek call quarter of his stack with 7-3 suited? The truth is, I do not know. I think he's folded. But I really don't know. Very hard to predict what this Austrian young man with a ponytail will do. Lek folds a much better hand, 5-3 suited, than 7-2 he called with earlier. Sorry, the 7-3. Much prefer a 5-3 suited. Hit straights, flushes, etc. So 10-7 suited, Dimitri has called. Will František want to put any pressure on him? Just more likely would be just to check. He likes playing small ball poker, doesn't like playing big ball, unless he has the nut flush like he had earlier. We see 3 spades, neither of them have got spades. Frantisek has hit the 9, but will elect not to bet it. Gut shot there. 4 spades means there'll be even less money going in the pot. Interesting bet. Dimitri is choosing to bet this, which is pretty good really, because there are 4 spades there. Could easily have a spade in his hand. And all his opposition has is second pair with no spades and no draw. May well get this through. No. Resistance. Now this will be interesting. If you've already bet this, saying I've got a spade, you're going to be betting again, or at least you should be. You're saying I've got a medium to big spade in my hand. You've already bet it, and now a king of spades comes. Frantisek watching very carefully every move, especially how he's playing with his chips. This will be a strong move to bet. Will Frantisek bet it? Repping that he has bigger than the 4 of spades in his hand. Doesn't need a lot to win. Very unlikely to be called.
Time.
I think that's T-Ball calling for time. He's not had much time on this at all. So I hope the floor do not accede to his slightly bullying wishes. This is, although it's not a big pot. Both players thinking I should have bet. Yeah, Frank is definitely feeling he's missed a bet there. Jack 10, good raising hand, only up against small blind, big blind, but this big blind is lek, and anything can happen, especially when he has a big hand like queens. He slow played his queens last time, and got an interesting style. He may well, no, he's deciding just to snap it back. So it's a raise to 900 and a min raise to 2 million. He's inducing the bet. He's hoping that the Jack 10 raise was a stronger hand than Jack 10. Like this, nice play. It's only $1,650,000 to call, so he's getting value to call. He doesn't know it, but he's got 2 undercards to the queens. Lek, bit of Hollywood there, going, oh dear, what to do, what to do. Feels like a bit of acting, this guy. And he's hit 2 pairs. We could see, with Lek's aggression, when he has an overpair, we're going to see a big bet as usual. Yeah, at least. And now possibly an all-in. And I think he'll just snap him off. And we could see Lek finishing in 4th place here. Unless he pairs the 3 or hits a queen or a runner straight, I think Lek's aggression will be his downfall. And if he raises all in, Lek will put him on either a jack or a 10, like ace jack or ace 10. Won't put him on jack 10. If he raises all in, I am sure Lek will snap call. Won't even think about it, which has been one of his issues. He's just thrown chips in without enough thought. A maverick player, I think, would be a fair description. This is a beautiful opportunity here. Can he take it? Czech Republic's František will be a big chip leader if he raises all in and gets called here. Got about 10 million behind. Oh, I think it's calling the clock. He's a wily old fox. I think he likes Suze. And here we're going to see the raise coming in. May not be an all-in, but it'll be a strong raise. That's 5, 6 million, 2, 3, 6. I think he's gone all in. And a call. Calling for a queen, or might have been a 3. Don't speak Czech. Now he needs a 3, a 7, or a queen. Otherwise he is out. And Dimitri moves up yet another place. Bringing our short stack throughout. He's hit it. He's hit the 3. Oh, no, not very polite, sir. Oh, look at that. He's letting the hair out. Suze needs to come in, and Lek has somehow doubled up when poor old František was miles ahead, played the hand very well, and now Lek is zoomed ahead as chip leader. Somehow, I think he's got his name on this tournament, I must admit.
raczej spokojnie, nie?
Je okej, czyli
Okej.
zawołać time. Je to wasze prawo, ale to nie może być zneużywane, że po 5 sekundach będziecie każdy błędu wołać. Nawet na każdej
To
stronie woła
ma
time.
być spokojniejszy, tak?
Nie, że nie masz tyle wola na ten time.
Że co?
Nie może tyle woła time. Nie może. To nie.
Co to jest time? Co to
No
co?
time, że si volal time, że nie może, ale nie wiem czemu však time może volať, ale nie.
No dobra, nie. No to będę spokojny, okej, teraz już całkiem spokojnie.
Nie może. Jest nieużywanie. Dobrze, możecie zawołać time, ale to nie może być każdy na każdej stronie.
Weźcie ci mam serduszko. Luki mi daj. Co to jest? Mogę popatrzeć? Mogę.
So he's now one of the shorter stacks on 6 million. He's going to raise with the ace 7. We're going to see fold, fold, and I think that will probably get through. Tibor now in second place and a massive chip leader in Lech. The South Polish Poker Cup, slipping in between some of the big ones. Nice value tournament. 70,000 for a small buy-in. Wish we had these where I live in London, I must admit. Some great value tournaments here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava. Another ace is being raised. František has to play a different game. Don't see Lech going anywhere with ace 4. He loves an ace. He may well... Oh, wow. That's a surprise. He folded. Maybe he does have some different gears. King 6 suited. Might well want to see a flop. He's second in chips. He's got more than double František now. Suited king. Not a bad hand when you've only got 4 players. Looks like he elects to fold. Any ace is... no, looks like he pushed. I think he raised there. I didn't see it. I think he made probably an all-in raise. Put the pressure on. Any mid-ace upwards when you're four-handed is much stronger than it is when you're a full table of 8 or 9. You have to adjust your ranges, boys. Well, 2 boys and 2 slightly more mature men. I think I'd find it infuriating to play a player like Lech. It's just so hard to read, so hard to work out what he's going to do and why. His logic is just unbelievable. Here's a nice hand on the button, suited ace, and it's connected. I'm sure we'll see a raise of about 600, 556.
It's 4 million. Oh,
Checking the short stack again.
Yes, 4.
okay.
Does want to know what it would cost him if he gets re-raised. Has to think ahead on these type of hands, and quite right too. Has he pushed? Very big raise. I think that's 2.5 million. No one's got anything, so it gets through. It's an equivalent of an all-in with the stacks that they have. Is there any kind of decision? No, it's just showing the ace. They have all folded. Okay. Dimitri, 5.6 million. 20 big blinds. Just over. And we're now small blind, big blind. 10-9 suited, a very playable hand, but against a very aggressive player. Draw zeros. All in, announced. Does Lek have a hand to call? Not really. In this case, if he had even King Jack, he'd probably call. Certainly Ace 10 and above. But even he can't call with 10-6. Nice play there. Takes any doubt out. Only problem is if Lek wakes up with a big hand, he certainly won't be afraid to call. Coming up, next month, Banco Casino Masters, same deal, 170 buy-in for a 250k guaranteed. And like I say, we had about 280k in total on this one. There are bonuses, get your buy-in back, and you get a seat for the next Masters in the month following if you make the final table. So some nice bonuses being offered here by the casino. I think we'll see Dimitri certainly raise with the ace-7. Doesn't need to be pushing with 20 big blinds. Timur has a more difficult decision. He's got a suited king, getting value to call. Could put maximum pressure on and raise. Dimitri has folded an awful lot of hands. Certainly a consideration. Yep, he's gone all in. And I think this is very good play. Be interesting to see if Dimitri feels he's being bullied. But I think Tibor read that very well and realised that of all the players there, this is a player who can fold even kind of good hands. So I think it's a very nice play. We have over 200 of you on YouTube and some of the other channels as well. Tell me who you think is your favourite. Who do you think is going to win? And it's not hard to guess that our most aggressive player, Lek, with all the chips, will win. But he has lost a lot of chips as well as won a lot. So we know he's capable of both. Now around to small blind, big blind, Queen 4. May elect to fold against the kind of player that is our chip leader, who had a much worse hand, but that's not the point. You have to be careful when you make plays against the player you're playing. Lots of bonuses when you play cash. Hit a royal flush, you hit magic 500 euros straight in your hand. Straight flush 300. Lots of bonuses in the cash. Also, if you play 6 hours cash within a 24-hour period, you will get a free room at the Crown Plaza upstairs. So lots of extra value offered by the casino at all fronts. Interesting flop. We've got up and down against 2 pairs. And I know that we will not see a backstep by either player here. Tibor may well be raising here. Yeah, he's got 2 pairs against the up and down. This could be a big pot. See how it develops. So we've got a kind of min raise, 400 to 1 million. Small raise. And B already got a push and a call. It's very hard to tell with these guys. And he's hit his magic. Lek has hit his straight, and he's very cleverly checking it. He's making Tibor do all the work. 2.8 million in the pot. And we have a bet, I think, of 1 million. We're going to see a raise, probably a big raise. He does flag his hands, though. Although he has raised with nothing. He's asking the dealer whether that's 4 million. Like, the dealer knows what he wants to do. I think he's called. He's going to be in a lot of trouble unless he hits a full house with the 8 or the 6. He's drawing to 4 cards. Lek looking very interested here. 10. He's still winning, pushes all in, as is his wont. And now Tibor has a very tough decision. Very tough decision. He's got 2 pairs, but the straight's there. The board has paired, and not an 8 or a 6. So he may feel that his 2 pairs have been counterfeited by the queen. We know that Lek is much stronger than that with the straight. Tibor has a really tough decision here. It's a huge pot. It's only really 10 million because the pot says 44 million, but 34 of that is Lek's. But in effect, he's getting 2 to 1 on his money, and he has 2 pairs. It's very hard to put this down. If he calls, he will be in 4th place. Tibor did not start this final table very happy. Complained about Lek's slow play. I wonder if that's going to factor in his personal dislike for his opposition player. Can do. Some players just need a lot of players. as an English player who's notorious for annoying other players on the table. Obviously, it's not Will Kassouf, although it might be. And some players just find him very, very annoying to play with. I just laugh at him. But different ways of dealing with. You're going, why all in? Trying to work it out. Well, we know why it's all in, because he's winning. Also, it's fairly disguised because he's made such aggressive plays with absolutely nothing.
Weltmeister? Ja, wir kennen it.
Good fold, sir. Good fold. But a nice pot there. 10 million pot picked up there by Lek. And we're on a break.
par. Last partner. Flop to par. 6,
When?
6, 9. 15. Raise for 13.
Ah, last hand.
Yeah.
Ah, you lose.
Took it par. Let's go.
You lost, huh? Oh, wow.
This is the third 10 and river 10. This grandfather owning.
20 million? Or 10 and 10?
Yeah.
3-3. Small one.
Okay.
Almost 5 million. With this 5 million.
Okay guys, we're gonna continue block number 32, 150, 300 and 300 big one until... Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am
I'll do a shuffle of the
already.
This one how much? Ah, okay.
Like, I took 25 million, okay? It's your 25 million. Give you bigger chips.
25 minutes? What?
Ja zabrała tylko małe chipy.
No, dobra.
Dała wielkie. Dobry?
Dobrze.
Ogólnie 20.
Dziękuję pięknie.
Tak. Proszę.
A jutro masz wolny?
Proszę pani.
Jutro masz wolny dzień? Czy masz wolny dzień jutro? Kto pierwszy? Hey, Boss, bestellst du mir ein Bier? Jedno piwo. Ja, teraz patrzę. Kukę? To jest...
To jest pipa.
Co?
300 pipa.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Lek has made a raise with 10-7 suited, and this time Dimitri has the aces. How will he play it? If he's clever, he will not make too big a raise because he'll want Lek to do the work for him. He only has 4 million. He is making a raise, but it's a small one. And that may well interest Lek. But it's also quite a strong play, 1.7 out of 4.4. This will tell me a lot about Lek. I think he'll just get his chips in because he kind of plays like that. What do you call and see a flop? He's calling and seeing a flop. Well, at least he's slowed down a bit. Can he get lucky again? He certainly hit some very lucky boards, but this time, no. He's drawing pretty thin to almost dead. Oh, I love this. Well played, Dimitri. Checking his aces, trying to give maximum rope to Lek to bluff. Another check. Can Lek be tempted? No, 7. Now Lek has hit a 7. Very well played. Maximised his income there. Beautifully played, Dimitri. Been very patient, waited for the big hands. Chose his opposition and telling his mates all about it. There's a little Greek rail here. And is telling the boys how well he played his aces there, which he did, to be fair. Lek doesn't really care. He's got too many chips. We're down to 4. Next payout is 12,670, including the extras. And then we're into the big money. 17,000, 26,000 and 44,000. These are really astonishing amounts for a 170 buy-in. Third place is 100 times the buy-in. That's a pretty sobering thought. I win quite a few tournaments in my life, and quite often when you win a tournament, the most you'll get is 30 times your buy-in. So you buy in for like 100 euros, and if you win 3,000, you're doing pretty well. And that even third place here is 100 times the buy-in, and that just shows how much value there is with these 250k guaranteed tournaments. Dimitri now for the first time with chips to play. Played very well, actually. Very, very solid. Made some big folds early on, and they've paid off for him, and he's laddered his way up to 4th. Nearly came 3rd, had Tibor called in a previous hand when he had 2 pairs. Now a short stack, František, but he is going to bet this with the 7. Are we going to see a raise or just a call? No, we're going to see a fold. Good. I'm glad he's slowed down a bit. He's been very difficult to read, arguably very difficult to commentate on, because I've just no idea what he's going to do next. A few people in the commentary have challenged how good Lek is, and also criticised Tibor for the way he plays compared to the way he complains about other people playing. It's been a strange and challenging final table, this one. Not quite the norm, but we are here with 4 players left, and there's still big money to be made. Dimitri raising with the ace-8. 3-2 gets out the way. Will Lek call with a 9-7? Probably will. Could do anything, to be honest. I've no idea. He could fold. I was going to say, could fold, call or raise. No idea. He's a maverick player. Very hard to read. Four-handed, Queen 9. It's quite a strong hand, but he's out of position. Certainly going to see at least a call. The blinds have gone up to 150, 300. Lek with King 2 suited. Now King 9 plays very well, especially with relatively short hands. So we could see any play here. Raise is a call, is probably the best option. But King 9 plays pretty well. Well, he's still winning. Whether he knows that or not is more difficult. Is Lek gonna bet this? Certainly is. Got no fear. Well, body language says, I can't believe I wasn't called. I've got a 10 or I've got an 8 or a Jack 9 of spades or something like that. Dimitri now coming out of his safe zone, raising with 5-2 offsuit, called by Queen 10. Hit top pair. Are you going to bet it, or is he going to let Dimitri do his work for him? And bet gets it through. Dimitri gave up. First time he's got out of line at all, loses the pot. Dimitri folds a king 2 suited. Good job, really, because if he was looked up by king 5 suited, he'd be in bad shape. Small blind king 5 suited, fairly strong heads up. I could see at least a call. And what will Lek do? Pair of 8s. Definitely going to see a raise here. May even be an all-in. Not going to let him... Yeah, I think that's all in. He likes to throw one chip in when he's all in. No nonsense, bang. If he's got a hand, he puts maximum pressure on. It's very effective. This is a strong hand, King 10 suited, four-handed. Don't you see a raise? I think that's 700. Will elect to play as Jack 8. It's on the small blind. Nope. Wise decision, I think. Tibor has a big hand, Ace King. We're going to see some fireworks here, but we may not see King 10 call a re-raise. So push by Tibor with Ace King. Perfectly fair ways, hoping to get looked up with that kind of hand. He wants to double up. Neck on the button, playing a lot more sensibly now. No one has a hand, so the big blind. Dimitri, who had a hand, takes it down. It's a bit unlucky for him there, really, when no one raising when he's sitting on King Queen four-handed. Be interesting to see their chip stacks. Lek, of course, is a massive chip leader, I think, followed by Tibor. Dimitri's probably not that far behind, and in fact, I think František is also fairly similar. Sevens here. I certainly see a big, massive raise. In effect, he's all in. Has anyone got a big hand? Come on, guys. Let's even out the field a bit. Only a big hand will call. I don't think Tibor will call 7 million with Queen 10. Never know, but I don't think so. He'd like to, and actually he's flipping. Small blind folds. Dimitri has an ace, ace 5 though. Not a great hand to call with. Lek is giving no room for much poker to be played when he has any kind of hand. He's just putting the maximum pressure on. It's an effective strategy so far. Doubled up, doubled down, and has quadrupled up from there. Our chip leader, who started this table, Sandor, who was in seat 8, is no longer with us. Everyone folding to the big blind, who has a pair of 3s. He'd have put it in with that. Ein pair. Yep. Says he's got a pair. That's the limit of my German. Ein pair means a pair. Pretty fluent. Dimitri with a suited ace. Got to be raising with this. Is he going to meet any resistance? Oh, possibly. King Jack may well call. It's a strong hand, up 4 ways. I think there's been an all-in announcement out of turn, I think. So I believe, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lek announced all in out of turn, which saved the King Jack. Doesn't seem to take any responsibility for playing out of turn.
Everybody knows that it's not correct, but it's sometimes happens.
I don't know whether he'll get a penalty for this. Well, tournament director Suze will decide. Should do.
I'm all in. 50.
You already.
Goulash. Spaghetti. No, spaghetti, not goulash. Cevapcici.
Tibor has a strong hand full way, and there's been a lot of history between these two players so far in the final table. That ace queen is even stronger with two other aces out.
Yes? Go out? Do?
Nice.
Looks like we've got a change of dealer. There's our stack sizes. We've got a couple around the 20 big blind mark. Tibor a bit more, and a runaway chip leader in Lek.
I love this soup. Much. Simsalabim. Jetzt. Jetzt ist ein entscheidendes Spiel. Komm, Baby. Einmal. Lass mir das. 2-2. 2-2 oder 2-3? Schauen wir.
We've got a raise on the button with ace-4. Lek has raised. I don't think we're going to see a fold here. King-queen is very strong. Wow, we are. Tibor's it's quite a tight lay down, that. I think people fear the aggression that Lek has played the whole tournament with. That side of his play is impressive. It's hard to criticise how he gets his chips. He's been very lucky on occasion, spiking two pairs against much bigger aces, that kind of thing. But he's got his chips in, and you can't always argue about that. He's got his chips in far more than any other player. His aggression rating must be huge. His VPIP will be 175%. I don't think you can get more than 100%, so I'm exaggerating for effect. He's actually folded a hand. Tibor has an ace on the button. Going to see a raise here. Dimitri sitting with a premium hand. How's he going to play it? Been a raise to $1 million. He has 6.5 behind. And there's also a player behind. That's quite a big factor. Does he want to just call and hope that there'll be a third call to maximize the pot value, or does he want to take the pot down now? Tricky choice, actually. I favour the raise to about 2.5 million. Because then he's kind of committing his stack. He's got a very good hand. And it may take a rogue ace out of it. There's the 2. There's the 3. And he's certainly going to get maximum respect on this table. And the ace folds. Nicely played, Dimitri. Picks up a decent hand. Decent pot there. And on our screen is the next big event here, the Tanner del Tigre, full of Italians coming into Bratislava. Buy-in of 250 for a 250,000 guaranteed. Excellent value. This time Timur has a connected ace again. Probably be raising. See how it goes. Yeah, similar raise, I think. Dimitri folds his ace-3. What has Let got? He's got a hand to play. In this case, even he can't play the 9-2 offsuit. And picks up a small pot there. Jack-9 suited. Nice hand to raise with. Takes it down.
Sir.
7-8 suited. Tibor will be raising with this. Nice disguised hand, and I think we've got an all-in from Dimitri. Very hard hand to call with. Such an instant push. Got the ace-king. I can't see Tibor calling here. Gonna feel very aggrieved. Makes a raise and has to fold. He doesn't know that he's 45%. If he puts him on ace-king, it's an interesting gamble. Trouble is, he could have an overpair as well. Dimitri has worked his way very well up the ladder. Shows the ace-king.
Nice.
Andreas, zrób mi zdjęcie z tymi włosami. Tak. Ja mu zapłacę. Mañana. Deal mañana.
Mañana?
Jutro. Завтра.
Mañana español.
Завтра. Понимаешь по-русски?
Не понимаешь по-русски.
Не?
Не понимаю по-русски.
Нихуя не понимаешь?
Говорит по-русски, маленький говорит по-русски.
А ты тоже говоришь.
Окей, Олив.
О.
Dimitri would love to play this hand, 8-9 suited, but there's been a push from Tibor with his ace-10. He's getting a count. We don't know what hand he's got. He's got ace-jack. He's got him dominated. I think he may well call here. He's only got 15 big blinds. I think he'll be calling. And he's in great shape if he does. He knows Tibor will be pushing with all sorts of hands, especially lower aces. The book says call. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what book, but it definitely says it. The problem is, he would be the player at risk. There's a shorter stack. František trying to work out whether his ace-jack is going to be good here. But he only has 4.5 million. He needs to double up to get back in the game. Tibor's not looking very comfortable there. Bit of rocking the chair. Body language says he's not as strong as his bet suggests. Oh, I think he may fold. What a shame if he folds for him. I hope he calls. I do like the way he thinks through every hand very carefully. Very considered player. Got very unlucky earlier. Right. Our long-haired lover from Liverpool. Doubled up. Even if he's wrong, he's going to get a nice payday of well over 12,000 euros. When you get to this point in the tournament, though, your focus should be on first place. That's why I also believe the call is right here. You're calling to try and double up and get in a position to win this tournament. The only way of winning is to win these kind of pots. He's checking the other stacks thinking about the laddering process, but he is the short stack now by far. Wins this pot, and Tibor becomes a very short stack. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Look at that.
Wow.
How good?
Ace Jack. This four player, short-handed is good.
If you say so.
You win.
The aggression won the day there. Tibor getting all his chips in, putting maximum pressure on the ace jack. Very, very difficult decision for him. However, in my book, you have to play to win tournaments. That's a kind of 50-50 decision you need to call with and trust to the poker gods. Another pot goes down to Tibor. Again, he shows the ace. Doesn't show the two. Wonder why. Hands coming thick and fast here with only 4 players left. Dimitri will fold his mid-queen. Queen 7 no good when you've only got 12 big blinds or so. Got a raise with the king 10. How is Tibor going to play this? Really has all the options. He can fold the jack 8 suited. He could certainly push with it, and he can call with it to see a flop. He's not in position now. He's on the small blind. Yep, nothing wrong with that. Wait for a better spot was his decision there, and I think that's fine.
Ruský člověk. Понимаешь, no? No. From what comes to? What? From what comes to? What?
Cyprus. Where come you from?
Yeah.
Cyprus.
What?
Cyprus. Cyprus.
Cyprus.
Cyprus. Cyprus.
And you?
Zorba. Ja Polak.
Zorba, yeah.
Zorba. Ja
Sorba.
Zorba, Vandoniu.
Ja aus Polen. Polański. Polański. Pole.
No, Pola.
Pola.
No.
Krakow.
Pola.
Krakow. Krakow.
We know Lek likes his small aces. Almost certainly be raising here. 1 million. Ace Queen, we're going to see a push here. He will take his time. He's taking his time on every pot. We will see a raise all in, and I think Lek will call with an ace 4 because he's a short stack and he may feel his ace is good. Taking his time, just he can't really call. That's too strong almost. Plus he's not getting value for his hand, so we'll see an all in here, and I think Lek will call. But I've got it wrong before. Yeah, there we go. Automatic call, just as I thought. So his ace 2 beat ace queen, his ace 6 beat ace queen. I think anyone that's gone in with him with ace queen has lost every hand. So let's see if finally the best hand holds. Lek has run like a long-haired god. Oh, I don't think he's running that well here. And he doesn't even have the flush draw. So the queen is massive. He's 1%. He needs runner 4-4. Very unlikely to win this. As we see a lovely double up here. Drawing dead. Well done, sir. Except it makes my night longer. Lek has these two players up against each other. Czech Republic's František and Austria is Lek. Are the polar opposites of players. The young man thinks it through, works out where he is and what to do, and Lek just shoves his chips in. Really? I don't have any other explanation or description of it, because that's what he does. Sue's a tournament director that's had a trying final table, I think. Probably due a good rest tomorrow. Take a couple of days, girl. And we see we have one big chip leader with 4 times the next person. But everyone has playable stacks, 27 to 32 big blinds. So it really is anyone's game now. One of those players doubles up through any other player, and they're right back in the game to win this tournament. So it's not all over. And Lek does like putting his chips in. So he's as likely to double someone up as knock them out. It's always quite close. Dimitri will fold his king 4. We probably won't get a lot of action out of the 6-4 either. May call. See if we can see a cheap flop. He's mainly called when he's been on the small blind. But if Lek has any kind of hand, he does raise. And it's been a big flop for Lek. He's hit 2 pairs. He's going to bet this and we'll take it down. There we go. He didn't bet too much this time. He realised it was massive against a small blind that hasn't raised. Like calling with 7-6. Tibor electing to see a flop with his king 2. 3 clubs. Only Lek has the flush draw. And then he's hit his flush. I'm betting it. And that's a fair point. Tibor showed no interest in this and will have to fold.
Szef, dziękuję za piwko.
Majd szüretbe cigire leváglak, jó? Igaz, sir?
I said don't call for gas.
Thank you very much.
Mam wrażenia, że tak kurwa to długo trwa. Kurwa mnie to trochę. Nie, ale wiesz. Żadnej karty nie mógł dostać.
You see the usual big raise when Lek has any kind of hand. King, jack off suit. Tibor 9-5 suited. Has Dimitri got a hand here? He's got a hand. Queen 10, he could certainly call with this. See what happens. Problem with Queen 10 against King Jack is if you hit your cards, you're giving a draw to the other player. They're so similar. It can become quite tricky to play. One's got 40 million, the other's got 7.5 million. He's been folding these in the main, these kind of difficult decisions. See what he does. Looks like he's calling. Getting calling chips in place. Oh. The problem is, what does Lek do when the flop comes? Yeah, and that's his difficult decision. King, Queen, I think you call. Queen, Jack's always a difficult one. Against this kind of aggression. So Dimitri calling with 10-4 offsuit. It's been unlike him in this game. We're not going to see a raise with Jack 2. And the king 8 suited that Lek has is at the moment by far the best hand. We'll see what the flop is though. Of course he hits top pair. Unfortunately, Dimitri has hit bottom pair. But the kind of bets he's got top pair, he's getting all his chips in. Well, it's effective. That's all I can say. He ball with a nice 7-9 suited. Wow, okay. Quite surprised by that. Ten-4 suited. So far, the way he's played, he's likely just to call here. See what happens. He's a very watchful, conservative player. And what's Lek going to do? What's he got? 4 king against 4-10. Nothing for either player. Lek is eyeing this up. Is he going to make a move here? We'll probably see a check. King plays. I think Lek may be realizing that any bet would win this. Sorry, he had the king, so he did win it. No, no one that short. I think still a lot to play. Could be in for a late night, people. Make sure you're tucked up nice and warm while you're watching this with us. Please put any comments in and we'll try and respond, or I will. We have a raise. Queen Jack offsuit. And we have an interesting move here, an all-in move with the Queen 3 suited. Not his cards, he just feels it's the right play. The one hand he does want to see is a 9-8 suited of the same suit. Will Lek call? No, I think he's going to fold. Okay. Yep. Tricky decision with the ace on the button, raised to $1 million. And there goes Dimitri with a much bigger ace. And I think he will get respect here, but he's only got 6 million. Tibor has had a lot of tricky spots, to be honest. He's had very tricky decisions when he's raised. Yeah, and he folds and shows the ace. It's the right fold, and very nice play by Dimitri.
Very, very good. He's 6. So it is.
King Jack here. I could see a push or a raise, but he's been raising to $1 million and getting raised off pots. So this will obviously concern him. Has Lek got any kind of hand here? No, he doesn't. So he might finally get a raise through. Well played, sir. Dimitri on the big blind with 2-3. Has Tibor got anything on the small blind? No. Making a play against the big blind, who has folded a lot of hands. So his poker instincts are working well. He's chosen to attack players that will fold and being careful against the more adventurous players like Lek, or the more thoughtful players like our existing short stack. František from Czech Republic, who, to be fair, has been pretty unlucky on this table. I think he's played very well, but just not had the run of the cards. A6 push on the small blind. Ace-3 suited. That's an interesting decision. It's quite a tough one. Right on the line. He does cover him. No, he doesn't. He's just covered. I like this. Just calling. Wants to see a flop. Maybe outplay Dimitri. He's in position. Okay, neither of them have hit, but Dimitri does have the nut flush draw, the ace of diamonds. And he has the opportunity to bet. I think he's bet about $1 million into this pot. Can't quite see what ace-3 is going to do here, except fold. Yeah, nothing much you can do about that. So far away from that flop.
Odil. No, mañana.
Завтра.
Завтра.
Ty si rozumíš?
Padáš ty.
Jawohl. Jackpot. So lucky. Lucky, so lucky.
Dimitri with a very playable king 10 is going to raise it up. So the blinds have gone up to 200, 400, and it's 2.2 raise to king 10. Got it through so far. Big blind has already got 400 in, so it's only 500 to call. He's got two middle connectors. Yeah, I think that makes sense to call. He doesn't know he's up against a dominating hand. But 10-8 plays pretty well if it hits that nice middle draw, which that didn't. I think just the threat of the bet there won that.
Jack 5. He's ruined it. Jack 5.
Lek with a pair of fives makes a very large raise to 3 million. very hard for anyone to call without a premium hand, and that is the idea behind that kind of raise. So even the ace has to fold. It's just too big to consider calling. It's a very effective strategy. Small blind has ace-9 and short stacked pushes with it. And now let Castor decide. He knows his 6-3 will be live. It's connected and suited. It's 10% of his stack. Will he take the gamble? Could go either way, this one. I think he's interested in the gamble. No. Okay, decided against it. We could well see another raise here. Queen 9 suited, plays well. Yep. We're going to see a call by Lek. He's got jacks. He's going nowhere. Small blind. I think he's gone all in, actually. Not that the world will be interested in 8-3. So we have short stack with Queen 9 suited and our massive chip leader with jacks, who very nonchalantly and rather arrogantly turns them over. He's played very well, this young man, but he's up against it, and that's not a good card. He's drawing pretty well dead. I don't think his Dos Videnia, which I think means goodbye, is going to go down very well with our Czech player. He has one out, the King of Diamonds. Sorry, the 10 of Diamonds for a straight flush. It's been known. Our chip leader increases his lead, and we see our 4th place finisher. More importantly, Dimitri has moved up yet another place. They may well be talking a deal soon. They're going to have a 5-minute break to discuss that deal. We'll see you soon.
Widziałeś? A mówiłem ci, jak rozpuszczę włosy, to od razu wygram.
my hand to find out. I mean.
No.
21, you have to.
This not cash game. This tournament. Blackjack. Yeah. This okay. This cash game. Yes. This blackjack. Mississippi. Yeah.
Okay guys, so we continue where we stopped, 200, 400 and 400 big one and then dealer and
One more, please.
We're back after that short break. 3 prizes to play for. We have 2 shorter stacks and 1 very large stack. So just getting more comfortable. And
10 million, yeah.
Lek raises with King 10 offsuit. Again, a nice big raise. 3.5x. I think Ace 5 suited should be a shove here. And he wants to call. It's a great opportunity to double up. Suited connected ace. If you call, what are you going to be? What do you want to see on the flop? I got 8 million. Okay, just the call. Not a big fan of this play. And 2 clubs, the King 2 of clubs been folded, so there's less flushes out there. He has hit his 5 though, against King 10, and may feel that's strong enough on this board. I don't know quite what he's complaining about now. Although Lek's inexperience has been quite frustrating to some of the other players, especially Tibor. Now he's hit the 5 and quite rightly pushed. Are we going to see a call by Lek with a King 10? Probably not. Oh no, he has already, sorry, didn't see that. He's already bet massively. So the ace-5 well ahead of the king-10, but he's got 6 outs to hit. Sorry, 4 outs. Drawing fairly thin. That's not one of them. So just a king or a 10.
No 10, no king, please. No 10, no king, please! Thank you.
Nice double up there.
Oh. Money, please.
He's a very emotional man. This Hungarian. Interesting hand here. Dimitri's slow playing his ace-king. Looking at a different way of playing it. Trying to get Lek to bet, and which he did. Lek's aggression getting him into trouble as well as picking up pots and knocking players out. The heart stopped Dimitri's play there. Could have got more out of that, I think.
Easy game. Yeah, this is my game.
We're now sitting with 17 million after that big double up. We've got 7-5 suited, and he has hit a flush draw Lek against fours. And there it is. Lek's hit his flush draw and is slow playing it. He's being very tricky. He's looking to get back some of the chips he's lost. We're going to see a bet here. 800. Trying to get some payment on the end. And does. Makes a nice pot there. Yep. That's all Tibor could do there was say nice. Well played that hand.
Nice flop.
Szef, możesz mi piwo zamówić?
See a raise here with the Queen 10. Dimitri looking interested. We don't know what his hand is yet. And he's got that kind of look that says he's got a playable hand, which he does. I think we're seeing a re-raise with the King Jack. It's over 3 million. 3.5 million, that looks like. So he has been one of the shorter stacks pretty well the whole final through, but has used his stack very, very effectively. Very impressed with the way he's played this final table. Very patient early on, let other people knock each other out, laddered up, and then made his moves when he had the right hand in the right position. This is a good example of that. Not got a premium hand, but three-way King Jack's pretty strong. And he's putting the pressure back on and takes it down. Well played. Very nice play there.
Nice bluff. No good. Okay. These people, the city, the dive city.
Paphos, from Paphos.
This
I'm from Cyprus. Paphos, Cyprus.
the Cyprus, this Turkish, and
Not Turkish.
no.
Side.
Okay.
Nine 6 suited against Queen 6. Neither player has hit anything. This could go down to whoever is the more aggressive player. We know that that's mainly Lek. Bet half the pot and probably will take it down. Yep.
Casino in the
Poker, yes.
yes. It's casino.
But not in Greek side.
No.
Greece, in Greek side we don't have. But we will have soon. Soon we will.
Yeah. Oh.
all in with the ace-10 suited. Will Lek really call? I don't think so. He's not made bad calls with kind of low hands. He really hasn't, but has overbet pots throughout this final table. Sometimes as high as 20x, and quite often 10x. So making it very difficult for other players to call. The problem he's had is occasionally when someone does have a good hand, he's doubled them up. But he's still our chip leader. He's on the button now. Probably be folding this, 10-3 offsuit. We have small blind, big blind action. Or maybe not. Good hand on the big blind. Didn't get any action though.
Good card. Pinocchio, good card.
No, king 10 of hearts.
Yes, good. This situation good.
You can check tomorrow.
Jack 6 off.
Perfekt. Kein Ass.
Lek again has hit a big hand. He's hit his 2. Ace-8. He's now hit a full house. How's he going to get value from this though? Although he might do with an 8 on the end. So Dimitri has hit 2 pairs. May well just get called.
Full house.
Full house. Oh.
And he was. Yeah, isn't a full house normal with 7-2? Yeah, of course it is.
7 deuce. Ja, so ist das. Simsalabim. Beide in einer Zug beide. Ohne Seife, das wäre schön.
1 million.
Call. Zagraj to, musisz tam trafić.
Raised by Dimitri with the Queen 4 suited. And called by Lek, who loves the low ace. However, the Queen has hit massive. Oh dear, is Lek going to...
Opa.
All in call.
This win. 3, 4.
Oh dear, another misstep by the aggression.
Merry Christmas.
So a big double up for Dimitri. Thank you very much, he says. Lek goes all in on that flop with ace 5. I find it very hard to understand. I mean, aggression is great, but not when you're just literally giving chips away. Wow. He's less than 1%, and now he's 0%.
Damy noch.
I think Tibor will be very happy with the way that went in some ways. I don't think Dimitri's the player you want to double up. He's Probably the best player of the three in terms of his reading of what's happening and his choices.
Me masa.
Without any information, Lek just shoves on a flop because he thinks he gets it through every time. And he has got it through a lot, but it's not going to be every time. Wow.
Bad beat. Bad beat, severely bad beat. Is your deal?
75. 25.
Sir, deal? Oh,
Kurwa, zdechnij.
Halo,
Kein deal.
no deal.
halo.
Mañana.
Mañana, ok.
Okay, hoy.
Habla español mañana.
Ya, habla español. ¿No? ¿Y tú? ¿Y tú?
Eh,
¿Byłeś raz w Hiszpanii? Warst du einmal in Español?
Nine million 75. I just say 6, 7, but
Ma być. Abend ist lang.
You never know who's going to shove or fold. It's a pair here in the small blind. Certainly not folding. See a raise to about $1 million here. Nope, just all in. Wow, that's a interesting move because now Dimitri has a lot of chips. But I don't think he'll risk it with 9-8. It's going to be close. They're all fairly even now. Nine, 7 on the button. There's $1 million in the pot already with blinds at 200, 400. This time Dimitri has a premium hand. He's played these hands fairly slow in the past. And this could be a big double up opportunity if Lek has a hand of any kind. He's got a king. Sensible fold there.
oh, okay.
triple. 5 raise 2 miliony 200.
Lek raising with the ace-10. Oh, body language said he's far too interested. We could see a big pot here. I don't think Lek's going to fold ace-10. He's called raises with ace-2, ace-2, ace-6. And it's more a matter of how. Has he gone all in or made a big raise? Wow. All in and cool. I mean, Lek, if he hits an ace, wow. And if he does hit an ace and Dimitri ends up in the top two, that's going to be amazing from where he was. But I think favourite to double up is our Hungarian moaning man. Lek snapped him with ace 10. Wow. He said a 10, but the king has also hit. He's drawing very, very thin now. Needs a runner straight. Queen Jack is probably his best option. Very proud of himself. Drawing dead. Quads, just the quads.
Szkoda. Polisz się dobrze.
Ginos camni ginos, no, tu spune vehetu da me arisτερά μου δεν vehetu να κάνουμε. Να κάνεις τι να κάνεις. Γιατί να μην κάνουμε, πολλά τα λεφτά ρε. Ακριβώς, τούτο. Αν τα μοιράσουμε ας πούμε. Αλλά το κυπελί θέλουμε. Όχι, πέτω, να μοιράσουμε το κυπελί πάει Κύπρο. Τώρα έστω να δούμε, έστω μέσα ακόμα τους είναι επικίνδυνος ο Ιωγή. Είμαι στην Ομοσπονδία, πέτω και θέλουμε το... Άρα είναι από το κάτω. Έχει κόμμα ρε, έχασε, δώσανε κόμμα, έχει κόμμα πολύ στακ έχει κόμμα, έχει πάνω που... Έχει 20 blind παραπάνω.
And this final table has turned on its head, and Lek is now the short stack, having been massive large stack. And I did predict this about 2 hours ago. I said he really could go either way. Dimitri's played very well to get in position, and so has our Hungarian final tableist.
Ma cosa non avete fatto? Siete ragazzi andando gioco sono kili asso lama asso dio. Lo sposo no.
Ace 2 is playing 3-2. And Lek is not slowing down. Will Dimitri be able to see through this? No, he's folded. Lek's aggression has won him another pot. It's also lost him most of his stack. Now you see the payouts. I think the chip positions will be quite interesting, and we will see a complete reversal from what we had earlier.
Chef,
Chef, I'm beer. Vai, ritardo.
Dimitri now with the 3-2 on the button. I'm sure he'll fold that. Just a call with 10-8. Ace 2 deciding against any raise. 10-8. Gut shot draw there. And just ace high. Got a double gutter now, 9 or a 5. That doesn't help. The ace will play if there's no bet. Aggression again. Well played.
Good, good.
Simsalabim.
Jack 4 calling. Jack 3 getting out the way in a small blind. Got ace king. Dimitri will be raising here. Working out the best strategy. Okay, slow playing his big hand. Different way of playing it. Against an aggressive player, maybe a good choice, only if he hits. But he hasn't. So, top pair for Lek. He's now got a flush draw alongside his jack. He's betting it. So really, he needs an ace, king, or 10 that is not a spade. And that is a spade. So the jack 4 flush gets there. It was winning anyway. Ace, king calls. I'm surprised he called there. And also, I think the should have been raising pre-flop really, and may not have got in trouble.
Understand? Jack 3. My card. This potter. This jack high. This not fold.
I know, no chance to fold.
Yeah, yeah. And 2 par and hookah. Then river. This runner.
Tak, bez my dva vás vyjebie, ona sajka. Šéf, ona sajka? Okay, dobra.
And here we see their relative strengths, and not an awful lot between them. So 70 big blinds, 50 and 45. Dimitri's still the shorter stack, although he has laddered up extremely well to get to this position. Tibor now our chip leader. Pair of threes on the button. He's got a pair, 3-handed. It's very strong a pair. I'm sure he knows that. Looks like he's electing just to call though. Dimitri again disguising a strong hand. King Jack 3-handed. Arguably should be raising. Might have got him in trouble though. Well, he's hit his jack. like I said, a 2 may not be afraid to bet. So King Jack for Dimitri. He's hoping one of the other 2 bets, and there he is. 1.5 million, so it's a pot-sized bet. We're going to see a fold from the 3s. Now, Dimitri just calling. Picking up a nice pot there with very little risk. I like that. Well played, Dimitri. Really has played a very good final table so far. Shown an awful lot of discipline early on and then maximised his opportunities, especially against the more aggressive Lek, which means he's been really studying the other players and making sure that he has as much information as possible towards the latter stages. Very good. This time he's got ace king and will raise. Didn't raise last time. But, oh, I think we're going to get some action. 9s. This is going to be a classic race. We're going to go all in with the ace king against the 9s. He's praying for a hand. I love it. No, my friend, it's fold. He's praying for a hand with all this action. Ace king will probably shove here. Yeah. And we'll get called. Classic race. 9s against ace king. Well, we know Lek is finally the player at risk. Will the ace king beat the 9s, or will Lek find a way of doubling back up? 36 million pot. Lek's 19 million is all in. And there's the ace. There's the ace. Dimitri takes, moves ahead in this pot. Lek is drawing to 2 9s.
Wow.
That is not one of them. Still drawing to 2 9s, hasn't changed. But only 5% left. 1 card to come. There we go. We have lost our 3rd place finisher, who was massive chip leader. Lek, he looks a bit shocked, but to be honest, the way he plays was definitely on the side of risky. They're going to do a count, but we know he's covered. Was definitely the most interesting player on the table, and we lose him to 3rd place. Looks like we're going into a break, and they will discuss a deal. See you soon.
find out. I mean.
So should I prepare the payout?
We check the deal with the chip count, okay?
It's how much chip count?
We check now.
37.9 and 28.2. This is chips.
Chips.
Yeah. Is this money,
You have to play for 10% of the actual prize pool, which is now around 70,000. So you have to play for 7,000. That's for the winner. That's our rule.
So we play around for 63k.
Guys, I will prepare the.
Yeah. And we check. Let's see.
Yeah, okay. This you finish this grandfather, this heads up. This is wrong.
Ale tu on ma tretí svoj na stole. Phone.
Zvoni teraz. No tam, a čo ti mówisz, że nie masz kurwa jak mówię na was. Kurwa no się pali.
That one is your phone, yes? Your phone is
No.
that on the table. It's not yours? It's yours? Your? Okay. Just asking. Okay.
Not problem.
You can have it here.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So guys, these are your chip counts, okay?
Yeah.
Dimitri is
Yeah.
37,900, Tibor 28,200.
Yeah.
These are the actual price
Yeah.
at this point, 44 and 26.
Okay.
So 10% you have to play for it.
Yeah.
That's for the winner, 7,040 euro. And for now, according to your chips, Dimitris has 32,985, but still can win 7,000, and Tibor 30,360.
It's correct.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Deal.
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations,
Good game.
guys.
Good game.
Yeah.
Dimitris, congratulations.
So just to tell you what's going on, everyone, we have got a heads-up deal, and our chip leader Dimitri, he has 38 million chips, and Tibor has 28 million. So it's quite a considerable difference. But under ICM, the deal is that Dimitri has a guaranteed 33,000 euros and Tibor 31,000, so give or take. But under the rules, we still play for 10% of the remaining money, so 7,000 will go to the winner. So there is a proper heads-up tournament to be played. Be interesting. Both have different styles. Dimitri's still talking to his Greek supporters. Haven't heard him speak any English at all, so I've no idea if he can. We know that Tibor has one or two words. So I'm not expecting too much in terms of the player comms. Suze is dealing with a suit and hair by the look of it. So we're about to restart this heads up. So either Dimitri will end up with 45,000, nearly, yep, and or Tibor will end up with 35,000. Sorry, Dimitri will end up with 40,000 and Tibor 35,000, 37,000 even. I'll keep quiet. Okay, first hand, no action. Usually with heads up, some people have a very particular technique. I learned a lot from watching a friend play heads up a few months ago. Just very small balls, small raises, flat calls until he was in a position to win. Lots of different styles, but we do not have our Maverick final table player who's just got knocked out in third. So I expect this to be a more traditional heads-up final. Well played, both of you. Dimitri is certainly the player that has all the momentum. Ace-Jack, very big hand, heads up. Against Jack-10 suited, also a big hand. He's just going to call. Yep. A Jack would be bad news for Timor. But two diamonds. Got a flush draw. Even if Dimitri has a king, which he doesn't. So a 9. I think Timor's looking just to hit his diamond here. So the ace is playing. Flop is good. Betting is not good, my friend. Can't just have a good flop. You've also got to play a bit of poker. I mean, very passive there, just hoping he'd hit the diamond. Trying to disguise his flush draw though, which is the advantage of that. But heads up, you've got to take opportunities. Try and win every pot you can and limit your risk. The way they've played so far, they've both been quite sneaky at times. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's a favourite, although I think Dimitri has the momentum with him. If you have to take off your dark glasses to see your chip colour, I'd suggest not wearing them. But I've never been a fan of dark glasses. We're having a re-raise. We've got ace-9. Is he going to feel it's big enough? What does Dimitri have here? And he takes it down. Just folds ace-9, heads up. Wow. We don't know Dimitri's hand, but he's been fairly consistent on re-raising with big aces. So I'm going to give him the credit of an ace-king or an ace-queen there. Raise with the king queen. 10-9 won't be going anywhere. Certainly see a flop. No, okay, that's a surprise heads up. I think I'll be calling. You've got to see flops with hands like 10-9, 10-8, 7-9. You know where you are if you hit, and you almost certainly can put your opposition who's raised you on two bigger cards. Change of dealer. Very lucky here at Banco Casino. All the dealers are good. Tournament directors know what they're doing. Even the mixed games, the PLO is done very well. Ace-2, Dimitri raising, putting the pressure on. He's done more of the raising so far. See what, ace-4 suited. This could get interesting. All in. All in announced. Ace-4 suited. Is ace-2 going to call? They're playing for 7,000. The 7,000 euro call. If you're wrong. But an ace, any ace heads up is considered very strong. But ace-2 is a very poor hand. I think if he's got ace-7 and above, ace-8 maybe, he's calling. But ace-2 is just not a good call. It's not a good call against anything. Oh, look, that's nice. What's that? A nice bottle of something. Can I get one of those? That looks very nice. Don't worry about the Banco Casino trophy. I've got one of them already. But the nice looking bottle of rum or brandy, not sure what it is. I might have to look that one up. Queen 2 suited on the button. Of course, when your heads up, it's slightly different. So the button is the small blind and the big blind is the other player. So it's the button that has the first option. It kind of reverses from a fuller table.
The service, please. This one beer, please. Thank you.
So now we have Dimitri on the button with King 9. He's raising it up. Five-three offsuit. Heads up. Any advantage about playing this kind of hand is you know where you are. You either hit your flop or you give it up straight away. So, I think interesting. He's made some very nice re-raises with very little hands before. He's just felt it's the right play, and he's doing it again. And he has done it to Dimitri 2 or 3 times because he believes he will fold. It's very good poker. We'll see what Dimitri does. King 9's quite a big hand, heads up. See? Lovely. Lovely play there with a 5-3. And he's varying his game up. And he is behind, so he needs to make these kind of plays to pick up 1 or 2 million here and there. So, like that play very much. He's a very good poker instincts.
Machine.
Oh no.
No.
I have a raise on the button with 10-4 suited. Unfortunately, he's run into 10s, who's got it all in, and there's no way Dimitri's going to be calling with 10-4 suited. So he's made a couple of raise attempts and had to fold with some excellent aggression from Tibor, who's obviously going to show his good hands, but probably not his 5-3 offsuit. Call me old-fashioned.
You was the Olin machine. The raise machine and Olin machine. Today,
It's okay. This ask queen, tail. What is this heads up? Normal.
It's quite hard to be a limp machine and a raising machine at one time, but anyway.
Nice. Queen high. Kicker problem. Kicker problem. Kicker safe. Off suited. Machine.
oh my
So we're going to raise to 1.4, 1.3 million from Dimitri. I would think Jack 8's going to call. You can't really be folding these hands. Doesn't need to raise, whereas the 3-5 he did need to raise because it's just not a hand you want to see a flop with. So we have 9-6 against Jack 8. It's hit a gut shot, and the 9 has hit the second pair. So we could see a couple of, certainly a bet and a call here. The original raiser Dimitri is following through, 3-betting this. It's hit second pair. I don't think Jack 8's going to be going anywhere too fast, but he is the shorter stack, so he may feel under pressure and want to get it in a better position. But he has certainly made very strong raises when his poker instincts have told him to do. So he's really looking for a 10, and we know a Jack. Not a good card for him, with Dimitri having bet that flop, and I'm sure Dimitri will follow through. I see another bet here, maybe 3.5, 4 million, maybe as much as. No, he's just taking the more conservative line. Doesn't want to be raised. And that's given a opening for the more aggressive player. I was going to bet 4 million, I think, into 6. No, slightly more. So he's given that opportunity. He's repping either the queen or diamonds. Can Dimitri work this out? Oh, okay. Interesting. Doesn't believe him. And the story doesn't make a lot of sense the way the hand's been played. He made a very strong call earlier, and it was the right call. So both these players showing good skills. Lovely call. And he will have to show the bluff because he's the first to show. So Tibor will show his Jack 8 bluff. That changes the dynamics a bit, and Dimitri moves further ahead. So very nice call there, and actually quite a big pot. King 10 on the button. Raise and a call with 9-5 suited. He had 500,000 in already. Certainly hit his 5. But there's an ace on board, and the original raiser will probably follow through and represent this. He's going to c-bet this with his King 10. He's got backdoor flush draw. Will Dimitri call this like he's called the river? Certainly will. You've got to remember, it's very hard to make a pair in poker, especially heads up. That makes it even less likely that Tibor has an ace, but I'm sure Tibor will bet again. I think he'll bet again. That's the only way he's going to win this pot. And it's not a river bluff, so it could well get through. Looks like 4.6. So he's hell-bent on representing that ace. It's just a matter of whether Dimitri feels his 5 is still good. There is a flush draw there. Could be behind a 6. Could raise all in. And just go, I don't think you got an ace. Call me if you want. And then he'd be repping the ace with the 2 pairs in the bank. Interesting hand. I think he'll probably fold though. See what he does. I think it's a strong play. Yeah, thought that would work. Well played, hey boy. Very good betting.
King 10 of hearts, King 9, something like this. King Jack of hearts.
I mean,
Tibor definitely the braver of the 2 players. Dimitri the more considered. So will aggression win this heads-up tournament? Certainly one of the main skill areas you need when you're playing heads-up. Both hit this flop. Tibor has hit top pair and Dimitri second pair. Not a good card for either player. It does give Dimitri a gut shot draw. Again, not a great card for either player. This time it's Dimitri that's counting out the chips. He's making the move with absolutely not well. He's got 3rd, 4th pair. I think this time he's got it through. So both players attacking really well and picking off pots with good aggressive poker. Very well played. Raise on the button with King 3 suited. And Dimitri looks like this. He usually has a big hand. He's got a very interesting hand. Not a big one, but 8-5 suited plays well. If you hit, you know where you are. And if you miss, you know where you are. I wonder if he's considering a re-raise. He certainly is. Now, both these players really trading on their poker instincts. If they feel that the other player is raising light or is likely to fold, they're making
5-5.
And he snapped him. 5-5 with King 3 suited. Well, it's heads up. The ranges are different. Don't mind this at all. But now we're down to a flop.
10 million.
Any ace Dimitri will be able to represent. If he misses, he might well get straight and flush draws. If there's black cards or a king, then I think Thibaut will take this down. He's hit his 3. He's hit second pair with the king 3. Let's see what Dimitri does. Is he going to 3-bet this? 12 million in the pot already. Dimitri with a big chip lead. Probably not going to put his opposition on a jack. Maybe a flush draw, but unlikely to have a jack in his hand. Ace jack or king jack, queen jack would have re-raised. Nice strong bet on the flop. What are we going to see? He's got second pair. He may well come back over the top. Or is he just going to call? What's his plan, though, for the next bet? It's all very well calling. He's got to consider there's going to be another follow-through bet. What's he going to do then if he doesn't improve his 3 to 2 pairs or 3 of a kind? That's the problem we're just calling here. I'm going to think through the whole hand, try and work out what's likely to happen. So now Dimitri does have up and down. A lot of cards to hit here. Got 14 outs. He's got the 6, the ace, the 8, the 5. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. Has he snapped him with a 3? He has. So Dimitri needs to hit one of his 14 outs to win this tournament, or the positions will be reversed. And we will have a big chip leader in Tibor. No, any 5, 6, 8, ace. A lot of outs. He's calling for a 3. Tibor is at risk though. 14 outs. 30% roughly. 7. So we have a double up situation. It's a very good call there with the 3. He's not very friendly, this guy, is he? He's quite arrogant. Doesn't... not the warmest of players that I've come across. Dimitri, very gentlemanly there, saying nice hand. And now we see a role reversal. We have 45 million against 23.
Dynamic, this too much, too zing. I read Pinocchio. Machine.
I think we'll see action here. Ace 3 raise. We've got 10-6. No. Okay. So we now have 2-1, roughly. Reversal of our chips when we started this heads up. And so far, Tibor has shown the better skills, some good aggression, some good instincts, and making strong calls against a lot of pressure of chips. Held his nerve very well. Big hand for Dimitri, ace queen, made a raise and the right call, 10-8. Very small raise though. Inviting the 10 to hit, which has. Still got a gut shot and 2 overcards though, so I don't think he's going to go very far here. Yep, so he's called the 1.5. Now both players are up and down, but Dimitri has the bigger draw. However, the 10 is still winning. So both playing conservatively. So the 10 is now winning. I don't think he'll be folding this, whatever the action. In fact, he's bet it himself. He did call with ace high earlier, Dimitri, but this time I think he may not. There's too many. Both Jack 10 and 9, all three of them are likely to have been hit with the kind of range that Tibor would have. So I favour the fold. Yep. I get why he called the other one because it was highly disguised. And there are 2 aces on board, so it's harder to put him on an ace.
This turn is straight draw, and the second part. Turn is good.
Pair of sixes wins that one. So we're yet to get a real clash. Thought the ace-9 might have done it, but it was a good fold by Tibor. I have been informed that the Hungarian name, or his Hungarian name, is Christian. But we've been calling him Tibor all the way through, and it's hard to change now. But thank you for that, Mr. Cool Foldy. Appreciate the information. A real clash. Thought the ace-9 might have done it. Jack-5 suited against 8-5 suited. End of.
This last party is big blind. It's call.
It was small blind. It
Yes.
can be a big blind on the bottom.
I was more
Last
like.
party.
Yeah.
I big blind. You call. One more.
Yes, 5. Yes, it's okay, it's correct.
One more 5.
No. It's
Not possible.
no. It's 5, 5, 5, right?
Doing this.
5 big blind, 5 under, and 5 from me.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Так,
Okay. Sorry. No problem. Sorry.
Tibor moaning again, but he didn't really understand that the ante was part of what needed paid. Showing a little bit of inexperience there, which Dimitri very helpfully corrected him on. Very nice young man, Dimitri, by the look of it. There's a nice hand to be raising with, 7-6 suited, it's disguised. If it hits, it's big. I like this kind of hand. And a raise. Well done, sir. 1.2. Just going to see a call with the 9-8. Very close hands here. If one of them hits, the other may have a draw. Oh, I like the first one. Oh, well, okay. I don't think there's going to be too much more action on this flop. Tibor may bet this because of a 3-bet. It was the original raiser. That's the kind of raising board. And I think, unless Dimitri smells something, no, he has folded.
This 5-minute break and PP is okay. 5 minutes.
But we have break in 38 minutes before. It's not so. 38 minutes.
Please. 2 minutes. This PP. This drink and beer and. Okay. Okay, thank you. This toilet.
2 minutes, huh? 2 minutes.
This toilet. Thank you.
Pleading for a two-minute break when the break is in 10 minutes' time. Dealers, no idea what's going on. See you guys later. Back from that very quick break, back in the action. Raised most buttons with a variety of hands, but he is a chip leader. It's his right to do so. And what it does show is consistency. So he'll do that with medium to poor hands, but he'll also make the same play with strong hands in the hope that his opponent comes back at him. Playing very well. Both of these players really done very well to get to the final. It's hard to get to any final table of any tournament. This had over 1,600 runners, 3 days. It's a tough ask. I've been there, I know. Dimitri with a pair of threes. Certainly going to raise. Probably call if he gets re-raised, or get it all in. Do we have any kind of big hand to oppose? That's a nice hand. 10-9 suited. Could re-raise with this to try and put pressure on. He's made plays with a lot worse. No, deciding just to take a flop. That's a great flop if there was an ace and king, old king in his hand. He may check this and disguise his absolutely strong hand, or is he going to bet hoping that his opposition has an ace or a king? He's going to try and probably bet quite small. As soon as he touched his chips, his opponent threw his cards in. We didn't see it on the screen, but I know that's what was happening. Didn't even need to make the bet, just touched the chips. And his opponent went, I got nothing to do with this. I fold. This time, got a very good hand. He's going to make that same raise. Nope, folded anyway. Same pair of threes. This time we could get some action. We've got ace queen against. He's gone all in and call. So we have threes at risk against ace queen. We're either going to see a double up go the other way, or we are going to see our winner of this Banco Casino Masters. It's a flip. Last hand he had threes. He hit a 3 on the flop. There's the ace, but no 3. He has just 2 outs. We've been waiting for this pair against 2 high cards. Muttering away, calling for. There's no club there either, so he really is drawing just to a 3, very, very short, 5%. Game over. Well played, everyone, and thank you to all the staff and Susan, all her dealers. Well-run tournament as usual. A difficult final table to manage, to be fair, and the good guy came second, and the very sexy guy with the sunglasses won it. He says happy, but he's not smiling. Will he give a tip? I don't know. Anyway, good night, everyone. It's been great fun to be with you all. Thank you for all the comments online. And Suze will be presenting. She's very tired by the look of it. Presenting the trophy, getting the picture set up, and see you in a couple of weeks' time for the Tigri Italian tournament. Good night, all.
No problem, okay.
Że co? Że potem...
Opa! Jött a papírforma. Mit na? Mondom, jött a papír, hát igen. Persze megjöttem. Várjál, visszahívok, csajcsokra.
Azt kérdi, hogy nem ismeri a Máté Sándor?
Máté, de? Igen? Yes?
No, že či na něho náhodou nemá číslo.
Nem, nincs véletlenül számodra telefon.
Nincs, de a Facebookon szerintem fönn van. Az segítség?
Málo Facebook nájde, či to pomôže.
Segítség?
Igen.
Že zabudol dať, povedz mu normálne, že zabudol nám
Hogy
dať.
hívják? Máté?
Sándor. Zabudol,
Nám dať číslo.
elfelejtettem elírni a számot, és
Aha.
át kell
Či ide kartu.
kell utalni át a pénzt, és elfelejtette leírni a
Nincs, be pedig fönn van egyébként, csak
személy
nem tudom.
igazolványt.
Aha. Én nem tudom. Nem tudom.
Azt nem hiszem, že on má Facebook.
Tehát ez mindjárt megnézzük. Nem? Tudom, hogy fönn van. Csak én már összevesztem vele többször, azt lehet, hogy letiltott.
Ja.
Not sorry. Okay.
Peťko, ty stolky všetky tak. Úplne všetky. Stačí tak po krajoch vytaniva a ona celý pustí do vlezu. Okay. I'll take this.
Okay.
Or do you want in glasses?
No. Perfect.
And one more?
Yes. One more. This sunglasses one more, okay?